Mike, hello. How's guys? के भएको यार मेरो हो नो फेस क्याम हैन के मेरो हल्का इन्टरनेटले गाड हान्दियो के भर्खरै मेरो अन्तिम लास्ट गेम चिकन हान्यो त अच्छा लेक्सले रे लास्ट गेम आज झुकेर चिकन भयो सो स्टोरी हालिहाल्नु है टिकटक एकेर इन्स्टामा लाइभ बसेको के छ निन्जा ओजी भाइ PMWC फाइनल ओजी खेल्छ कि नै कसरी खेल्न मिल्छ हो ओजी यार हाम्रो यता प्लेयरहरु रजिस्टर्ड छन् के भन्दैछौ पागल रिग दोस्त तिमी एक्जाम दिन नजाऊ के तिमी चुप लाएर गेम खेल्न हो के तिमी फेल त हो नि हो टिकटकमा नि हानम न रे टिकटकमा नि हान्ने टिकटकमा हान्ने भनेर त बसेको हैन ओजी को के भएको के भएर ओजीलाई ओहै त टिकटकमा लाइभ स्टार्ट हान्दिहाल्नु है त अलि छिटो खोल्लिन यार भयो टिकटकमा लाइभ किकमा मैले लाइभ गरेँ हैन यार लाइक हानम गाइस स्ट्रीमलाई लाइक हानम गोटले 10 किल हानेर मरिसकेछ त यार थिएन बा 8 चढ्क्यो भाइजी पनि डेल्टा छटिङ कुन जान्छ होला जस्तो लाग्छ त अरे थर्ड टिम एमएस गोट ULF फ्युरिया अनि अल्फा 7 र KRX कतिवटा टिम बन्यो हौ पौडी खेल्दै हुँदैन त ला मारेर पानीमा छिर्यो के हो चाइनिज त लौजा त बच्यो त्यो डिस्कॉर्डमा ताना भन न हो गाइज डिस्कॉर्ड खोलिहाल्छु ल खेल्दै वुल्फ्स गऱ्यो यार के छ टिकटकको गाइजहरु ट्याप ट्याप गरौँ ट्याप ट्याप अब 10 आने त चाइनिजले नि के हो हो के गर्दै है चाइनिजहरुले पनि
ओए धनी
के भयो दोस्त
बोल्न न के पैसा दिनुपर्ने हो अब
मरे त यार गिगको त सबैजना
रिगल हान्छ होला नि
कति सेकेन्डमा
10 9
10
5 तिमी अडी होला हैन
लामको 10 भन के 10
1 10 1 1
ए म त 23 मा छु नि अनि
59 58 57 56
ल अनि मैले अब
सेकेन्ड पज हेर त जुस 55 54 53
म त 19 मा छु यार
50
अब बिलाउ आउ कति भयो भन
न तिमीले म त 19 मा छु के 019
हामी पर्ख
अझै जरोग भन्छु म 25 आइल चाहिँ
19 मा छु 19 मा किकमा मैले लाइभ गरे हैन यार किकमा बिस्तारै गरौँला नि के को हतार छ र
के खतरे गमाउँछ र किकमा
21 20 19 18
भयो
सरी हौ कमाइ
छ कस्तो घण्टा कति पाउँछ भ्युज कति पाउँछ
छ थाहा छैन
कस्तो छ रे कुकुरै हैन सिधै भन न
केडा जन त किकमा
आज रुल्सको स्ट्रिमको रेभिन्यू हेरौँ न कति आउँदो रहेछ
लाउडी 500 भ्युज छ किकमा त कसरी आउँछ 500 भ्युज आज भर्खर त सुरु गरेर किकमा
ए हो र
युट्युबमै छन् धेरै
थ्यांक यू फर द डु नोट यार
के चल्छ त अनि किकमा त्यो पनि हेर्नु पर्यो जिटिए धेरै चल्दो रहेछ
थ्यांक यू फर द गिफ्ट है बिग फ्यान ब्रो थ्यांक यू के नाम यार
तर मैले थाइल्यान्डहरु धेरै आउँछ
बेक ब्रदर थ्यांक यू बिग फ्यान र थ्यांक यू हर्निका अंशले पैसा छापेको छ किकमा रे अंशले त जेमा नि छापिहाल्छ नि हो किक होस् कि युट्युब होस् सबमा छाप्छ अंशले त
आइरल को लागि बबल छ रे हो र अब त्यसो पीएमएनसी ल्यान्डमा आइरल हान्ने हो
अभी हो कि क्या हो
बर इन्टरनेट छ नि फेरि यहाँ हेरी
डाटाबाट
चल्यो
चल्दैन
इन्टरनेट चल्नै पर्दैन नि घुमे पनि हेरिहाल्छ नि
चोरौला नि
मैले कसम भने यहाँ झुकेर पनि स्टार्लिङ आयो भने अलिकति रिजनेबल प्राइस
दाइ बेस्ट यूसी स्टोर भन्नुस् न यूसी स्टोर मैले त एडीभी बन्नीबाट हाल्छु
मलाई लान ल
ट्याप ट्याप हान्नु मैले टिकटकको साथीहरु टिकटकमा अब मैले नि गेम खेलाउनु पर्छ जस्तो छ एउटालाई राखेर अर्कोलाई पुरा बना र्याप ब्याटल के रबाल
के थाहा अब ट्रम्स के छ त्यहाँ घण्टा कति पाउँछ भ्युज कति पाउँछ हेर्नु पर्यो नि त यहाँ त अहिले कति छ आरपीएम 2 को छ यार मेरो अहिले फर्स्ट टाइम होला
के हो त्यो भनेको त्यस्तो नि थाहा छैन हौ मलाई त के हो यार
पर 100,000 भ्युज कति आउँछ भनेर
1000 भ्युजको 2 रुपैयाँ
$2
ए अनि भन्छ त 10,000 भ्युजको कति डलर 2
हैन यार त्यति
5
खै के छ कसरी क्वालिफाई गर्छ भनेर थाहा छैन त त्यति साह्रो आउँदैन तर आउँछ
रुल जजिकामा आउँछ नि
मेरो एकदमै राम्रो हुँदाखेरि हैन एकदमै राम्रो हुँदाखेरि 100 गरिरा हुन्थ्यो भ्युजको मात्र 1 वर्ष अगाडि गरौँ न
एउटा भिडियोको
लाइभ स्ट्रिमको के म एक्चुअली उहाँ गर्थेँ नि के अरे यो के हिमालयन क्लास हुँदा के अनि म उतै ल्यान्डैबाट गरेको थिएँ नि
एक लाइभको $100 रेबी थियो
धेरै आयो 200 के
सुपर च्याट बिना
कसले
सुपर च्याट बिना
के गरेर
लाइभ स्ट्रिम
यतिकै लाइभको एडको पैसा मात्र रे हो
त्यस्तो दिन्छ
दिन्छ नि आजकल पहिला दिन्थेन हौ आजकल त वाइल्डले दिन्छ
टिकटकले घुस त खाँदैन नि त युट्युबले घुस त खाँदैन नि तपाईलाई
टिकटकले यस्तो दिन थाल्यो भने त मा गजब म त कतै लाइभ स्ट्रिम गर्दैन टिकटकमा मात्र गर्छु म हो टिकटकमा फेरि त गेम नखेलेसम्म आउँदैन के पनि
रुल्स पनि खेल्दैौ न गेम कस्तो हान्छ होला त रुल्सले गेम खेलेपछि
के गेम खेल्ने हो
टिकटकमा ब्याटल खोलौँ के अब हामी टिकटक ब्याटल एउटा ग्रुप बनाएर क्या
हानौँ न त ल तिमी र म आधै सुरु गरौँ यसले बिलाई बिले यसलाई
ए खतरा त मुख छाड्नेहरूले पाउँछ हौ
के हुँदो रहेछ यार टिकटकमा म साइको भएको हेरेको त
एउटा ब्याटल झन् कस्तो भन्नु न 2 जनाको ब्याटल हैन अनि त्यो माथि पोइन्ट आउँछ नि त जसको बडी पोइन्ट छ त्यसले मुख छाडे गर्ने अर्कोलाई अनि अर्को चुप्लाएर सुनेर बस्नु भन्ने के अनि त्यो अर्कोलाई फेरि डेन्जर गिफ्ट हालेपछि फेरि अर्कोको पालि अर्को चुप्लाएर बस्ने के म त साइकको भएको हौ एउटा बोल्दा बोल्दै चुप भयो हैन किन भएन त्यो पोइन्टमा हारे अर्कोले जितिराख्यो के
ओए युएलले नि तान्यो टेनबाले नि तान्यो एनएसटी बाची छ अति छ त नि कम्पिटिसन त
यो उल्ला त पहिला नि पुगेको थियो हैन पहिला नि खतरा खेले हैन यिनीहरुले कुनको
युएलले
यो उल्लाले पिएमजीओ के खतरा खेल्यो
त्यस्तो लाग्यो खै
पिएमजीओ फाइनल खतरा खेले जस्तो लाग्यो ला
ओइ
1v2 हाने हो चाइनिज हाने
देखाउँदै अर्को देखायो त के हो
क्लच हान्ला त
आजै
ज्ञानबाले नजितोस् भनेको म चाहिँ त्यहीले जित्ला जस्तो यार
किन त चाइनिज हेटर हो
राम्रो थियो हो
हैन यिनीहरु यस टाइममा आउँछ नि त
ए
त्यही भएर
तर आउँदैन हौ गेममा त
फाइनलमा त आउँदैन हौ फाइनलमा त नि एफएल छ त नि
ओइ
10 पार्ट पुरै भएन नि
हाने हौ
कमब्याक हान्दै
यस
डिले रहेछ त डिले छ नि मेरो त अघि फास्टै थियो के स्ट्रिम यता गाइजहरुको अब सबको डिले रहेछ अनि
यहाँ कस्तो अड्किरहेछ आज किन यार
किलर छैन आज जोइन किलर खै किलरले वाचपाटी गरेको छैन अनि त्यो नि त कुरो गाइस मैले हो खतरा खेलेको रे के खतरा खेल्यो हौ भाइ
他到前面那个树，我能也想能火，要雕树我能喷火。别急啊，别弹枪啊，别弹枪，别弹枪。我甩个雷了。
मुख छाडै छाडेन चाइनिजहरुले सुनौँ है त के भनेन त यार नाइस मात्र भने त यार क्यान्डीसँग कुरा भएको छ कि नै छैन यार दाइ डिआरएफमा जाने चान्स टुट मारे कसरी हुन्छ हौ डिआरएस खतरा हात नि लाइनअप यार रुल जति रुल जति झन् गेमै नखेल्ने भनेर बस्या कहाँबाट जान्छ हौ गाइस Thank you यार मिशन भाइ for the gift यार अहिले कपिराइट हान्न छोडे हो यो वाच पार्टीको गीतहरुमा के हो अस्तितिर त 20 वटा दिन्थ्यो त यार वाच पार्टीको नि म्याग
अनि त्यो यस्तो हो नि त तिमीलाई वाच पार्टी उता पठाइदिए होला नि त कपिराइटको लागि नि
ए
आजकल त्यस्तो छ
ए त्यसै त बजाइदिन्छु यो के हो
टिकटकमा गीत हो के टिकटकमा त यो के भन्छ यार
गिफ्ट सस्पेन्ड हुने
सिम गर भन्छ है
गिफ्ट हो त्यही गिफ्ट हुन त आउँदा पनि आउँदैन तर झ्याउँछ नि त यो त्यो
स्याड फर डेल्टा एशियन गेम रे छोड्देऊ यस्तो कुरा नगर दोस्त
त्यही भनेको
टेन एक्टिभ भ्युअरको अराउन्ड $1 पर आवर रे हो च्याट एक्टिभ हुनु पर्यो 100 भ्युअर जति हो भने 10 देखि $16 हुन्छ र किकमा हो र म्याच हो र रुल आज भन ल
दाइ आयुषलाई भन्नु न टोयलेटमा छु
खै अनि आज कहाँबाट
आयुष पानी त्यहाँ ढोका सोका खोल्देऊ रे पानी सानी चलाइदेऊ रे है को हो यो
सिम लागिसक्यो
हेलो हेलो लोकेन्द्र गेमर डेल्टा जान्छ डिआरएस मा रे ओके डिआरएस को बुट क्याम्प गए मात्र
आज राति भ्याले नाम
I'm here down at the stage for Daneborn of Survival Stage.
World Champion
From Yangon Galacticos to talk about some of the stuff coming into the Survival Stage as a whole. And that is my first question, actually.
Yangon
Based on your group stage
Galactics
performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the Survival Stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into Survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well.
बोल्दो रहेछ त्यसले नि इंग्लिश यार
A lot with confidence. So for the survival stage, we will do our best. Yeah, we will play with a lot of confidence, more aggressive. For the strategy, at the same, for we play with same strategy, and we learn other opponent, practice different situations, so we could adapt during the match. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And actually,
के छ यार way out दोस्त यार
because obviously you guys are the
Thank you for
returning
$3 super
champions, and
chat.
it'd be awesome to see you guys get like
Welcome to the
back-to-back
stream.
here in Paris, even though it's
मारेको छ है
So, how did that PMWC win change your life? Obviously, for you guys, I remember like looking
कहाँ
at pictures
हो
of the parade.
स्ट्रिम हेर्न भ्याउने
it's
टाइम
all
पायो
over the
तिमीले
thing. So,
कामबाट
what was it like from the team's perspective?
एचएलएक्स नै राम्रो छ डेटालाई त्यो
We won the walk last year. If
Wait.
has a lot more confidence.
chill
and
सुमन
recognition.
ब्रदर chill
But at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we
Thank you,
realized
Monos
that
brother, for the
staying
hearts.
tall is
TikTok
even
मा
harder than getting there.
मैले
But
उग्न
overall, I'm
नसके
so
सिवाज
grateful for
पार्टी
everything
भनेर
that came
लेख्न
from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder.
यस्तो लेख्यो भने त
and
फेरि ओइ
represent our country with pride.
टाइम आउट हानिन्छ है टाइम आउट हानिन्छ हेट गऱ्यो भने त फेरि यता
And good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah.
ओ भाइ जापान कहिले जाने हो अरे जापान अब एस हानिदिसक्यो जापान क्यान्सल भइसक्यो हाम्रो लो किन डिलिट हानिदिन्थ्यो यो सौगात दाइले वाच पार्टी सकेपछि फेरि बेलुका स्ट्रिम हुन्छ है गाइस हेलो 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 एसएसडब्ल्यू मा जान्छ डेल्टा स्पोर्ट्समा पैसा छैन अरे एसएसडब्ल्यू भन्ने चाहिँ के हो पिएमएनसी फाइनलमा हान्नु पर्यो ओके छ त डेल्टा प्राइममा भएको बेला के गरे सरकार कण्ड जस्तो खै जे भयो नि एउटा रेस्पोन्स चाहिँ दिनु पर्थ्यो रेस्पोन्स केही दिएको छैन वर्किङ भिजामा ए ल जाम्ला नि टाइम आउट हटाइदियो कहाँबाट हटाउँछ टाइम आउट चाहिँ मलाई आयो त नि कमेन्ट हान त वे आउट आउँछ कि तिम्रो कमेन्ट कहिलेबाट हो पिएमएनसी 22 तारिकबाट कहाँबाट हटाउँछ यार 23 पोइन्ट हानिसकेको छ चाइनिजहरुले हाम्रो चाइनिज पनि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ क्या एउटा त कहाँबाट हटाउँछ यार टाइम आउट भन्ने चिज मलाई आउँदैन अब यतैतिरबाट हटाउँछ जस्तो लाग्यो डेल्टा भाइ घरबाट किन नखेलेको रे ल ल के लानेछ त्यो मोटेले त डेल्टा रुल जोजीलाई भेडाको उन जस्तोमा टिकटक बनाउने भन न अरे ओके छ त लेट्स गो सेकेन्ड गेम के ड्याङ्की ड्याङ स्टार्ट हाने त आज त दाइ तपाईले 30 रुपैयाँको समोसा खानु भएको छ अरे खै एक्लै हो तिमी हैन रुल्सहरु छ रुल्सहरु रुल्स हेर्छु दाइ बिग फ्यान आइडल थ्यांक यू यार लुरे वाइटी विजर आइडल र मेसी लियोनल मेसी हो र छैन हो र सिधै फाइनलमा हो रको 14 तारिखबाट हो गेम डिला रुल्स आएसी भन ल अरे ओके छ त Wait, drop height. Drop height. रुल जोजी
हजुर भन्नुस् न
भेडाको उन जस्तोमा टिकटक बनाउ रे के
आउ तिमी र म बनाउँ ओइ 1 एचपी बनाइदिया
कसले जित्छ यो ड्रप हाइट गीकले हान्छ हो गीकले हान्छ जस्तो लाग्यो सब ठिक छ यार र अहिले चाहिँ के को लागि भनेको यो अब सर्भाइभल स्टेजबाट 6 वटा टिम फाइनल जान्छ आज त 8:30 सम्म त मजाले सकिन्छ होला है गेम
है के प्रब्लम आएन भन्दा
त डेङ्की स्टार्ट गरे नि त है PUBG मा को हो तिम्रो आइडल रे मिसो योजु एन्ड रुल जोजी
ए हाय हेलो सब ठीक छ हजुर के छ नजुमी
म पनि हान्देको किकमा अब
अनि
ए अहिले
अब यहाँ छापिन्छ के अब यहाँ अर्को गाडी 1 वर्षमा
त्यस्तै छ
किकबाट
कति छ टाइमिङ केडा
6 सेकेन्ड 5 सेकेन्ड 4
ए ठिक छ केडा मिलेछ ब्रो त एचएलएक्स जोइन गरे जस्तो छैन हो कुली गर्नु हो एचएलएक्स केडा मलाई किन लिने र एचएलएक्स मा रिटायर भएको प्लेयरलाई
के भन्दैछ रुल जोजले खेल्ने मात्र हो नि इन्टरनेसनल अरु आउँछ होला
आको आयो दोस्त बुम पड गयो स्पाइसी
भाइ मैं पनौती लायो
मैले चाहिँ पनौती के लाउने हो चितवनमै छु म त
बिग फ्यान डेल्टा दाइ थ्यांक यू यार
के भन्ने कृष्ण ब्रदर के भन्दै मलाई भन्नु त
मैले भनेको हैन रुल जोजी गीकले फाइट जित्छ भनेर
मैले के भने दाइ जित्दैन भनेको छु र
मैले तिमीले जित्दैन भनेको हैन नि मैले भन्दैछु नि त नि म राइट भयो भनेर
तिमी गड हो के अत्यार गड
यो अब भोलि लास्ट दिन अनि कहिले हो पर्सि किनीको पर्सि भोलि ए फेरि एक दिन ग्याप रहेछ त पर्सि हैन अनि त्योबाट 3 दिन लगातार
14 15 16 हाय हेलो
PMGO फाइनल त 2 दिनको भएको थियो हैन
कृष्ण ब्रदरले के भन्नु
बोले
कृष्ण ब्रदरले
हेलो कृष्ण जी
लास्ट डिले छ त स्ट्रिम डिले छैन हो केडा तिम्रो यताउता गरेर डिले भयो
के छ धने ब्रो हालखबर सब ठिक छ जीवन ब्रदर सो स्याड फर नेपाल पब्लिक न्युज के गर्नु यस्तै छ
दिदी गन धने
क्या हो मेरो टिकटकमा त दोस्त चेक स्टोरी एन्ड इनबक्स फर टेलिग्राम भिआइपी गर्दै हो यार यसलाई कहाँबाट मैले ब्लक हान्ने यार
निशो चेक गर न त जाऊ
टिम गर न
मेरो त आउँदैन त्यस्तो
मर्न बेसै ड्रप फाइट लिएको है यिनीहरूले नथाहा पाएर आएको कि के हो
नथावर होला नि
डेन्जर हल्ला गर्दैछ त त्यो एउटा डोटा 2 को प्लेयर ब्यान भएको छ नि किन हो EWC बाट ब्यान भएको यार एउटा खै झगडा गरे भनेर भए जस्तो लाग्छ त्यही भेन्यूमै
ए त्यो देखे
त्यो फ्याल्कनको
फाल्कन र कसको
फ्याल्कन र को खै LGD को होला LGD को को हो अड्के त मेरो स्ट्रिम त
त्यो मोटे हैन मेरो नि अड्क्यो
पज प्ले गर त केटा
चलो निल्दारे के हो यार
पज प्ले गरेर हुन्छ
कति हो 46 45 44
हल्का पज गरेर 43 42 41 40
आफै अड्केर फेरि घुम्यो
अड्क्यो फेरि अड्क्यो
के हो यो यार बायनेट हालम है बायनेटको कुरा हैन हौ
38 37 36 35
घुमे छ हौ
यो युट्युब को ग्लिच हो के
33 32 31
मेरोमा त म्याप देखाए एकछिन पज गर्छु मैले
ओ फेरि अड्क्यो त
मेरो त अड्के छैन मैले त रिफ्रेश हान्देको एकचोटी ब्राउजर रिफ्रेश
के
हान्देको
भएको यो
रिफ्रेश हान नि त एकचोटी 17 15 14 13 12
12
11 10 9
फेरि घुम्यो
अड्क्यो यो फिडको प्रब्लम हो कि
भन्छ अघि नै पनि मेरो नेट नगएको रहेछ हैन यही गेमकै यसकै प्रब्लम रहेछ हैन
त्यस्तो छैन नोटबाट हो भन्दै छ दिदीले कहाँबाट निकाल्छ
मैले त कहाँबाट बनाए
ए
पिक्सा
घुम्यो
एप डाउनलोड गर अनि त्यहाँबाट गर मलाई थाहा छैन
एसियन गेम्सको पुरा बिचरा भनेको ए हो र
किलरलाई एड गर्नु किलरलाई त भिसी ए यो उ छ त
बिसी रे हो बिसी रुल
एड
बिसी रे
गर्ने होला त केडा अब कहाँबाट एड गर्न हामीले चाहिँ
जस्ट घुमे त भनेको
37 36 35 34 33 32 31 20 29 28 27 26
ए पज हान न 37 26 25 24 23 27
22 21
बाबा बाबा
यस्तो मजाले गेम हेरेर यार घुमे यार दिमाग खराब ला
भनेपछि किकमा नि बढाउनु पर्यो अलिअलि फलोवर्स
फेरि घुम्यो
रिस उठ्यो
कम्प्लेन गर न यार
गर्दिनै म त इङ्ग्लिस कास्टिङ हेर्न गइन्छ
ओ इंग्लिश कास्टिङ हेर्न जाने हो हो काटम त यो
त्यतिकै राखिराख न अर्को वेबसाइट खोल न अरे यार लाइभ यो पनि
हाम्रो मात्र घुमेको हो कि सबैको घुमेको हो यार च्याट के खोल्यो फेरि मैले
न त यार यो मेरो अस्ति मैले कहाँबाट खोल्दिएँ यार
के इंग्लिश कास्टिङ भने के हेरु
मैले उसबाट हेर्न लाग्यो ठ्याक्कै लिक्विड भिडियोबाट
त्यस्तो नि पाउँछ
के गर्नु पाइन्छ नि त्यहाँ लाइभ यस्तो छ
This RRQ position, really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline, you can see the high ground that they're able to control. Ulf trying to move into the foothills around it, but AGAL are peppering them. Apparently, Eric's in the range there. That's a long arm on that one. Looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's
आयो त एजी ओइ के हो यहाँ त डेन्जर पर्दै छ त फ्युरी र एनएस को
all on the south side.
Oh no!
So nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Ongshim left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more. Bringing it down to a solo. Furia are going to be attempting to get the recovery on the go. CXCY did bail out. Surprise these
Chir sekma chir.
After bullet being injected towards the vehicle, he just keeps driving.
म त इंग्लिश कास्टिङ हेर्दैको ओइ त कहाँ आयो ओइ भन्दै किच्देको
It's not going to work out though. Okay, a little bit wild, but not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out, grab some of those shots.
Alva 7 दन लास्टमा छ त के गर्नु यस्तै छ
enough. And AGAL with a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
टपमा पुग्न गाह्रो हैन क्या टपमा पुगेर कन्सिस्टेन्टली बस्न गाह्रो छ क्या
Drove in, double check the code, gave it to him. DRX as well, hillside peek over. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. Geek taking the head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our 3rd and 4th position team off the back of our opening game of Rondo already out of the running. So opportunities for some.
Final ma winner lai होला नि केही नभए नि नेपाली 5-6 करोड
in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those two teams. And if GK continue to win it, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in here, and again, RRQ's position on that western side, on that hill, gets stronger and stronger, as well as the compound for E-Arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's
41,
hill and
40,
take control of that
49,
area of the map.
38, 37.
Could be a game-changing play. Establish a nice area.
के छ डेला सर सब ठीक छ ब्रदर
Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2.
लाइक हानमा यता युट्युबमा
Certified for this
स्ट्रिमलाई
one.
लाइक हानमा युट्युबमा
Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now.
टिकटक को मान्छेहरु ट्याप ट्याप हान
As well, bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side, with 3 players alive on the beachhead.
Baldas the murder
He's going to start
line
to
up
tip away
yet
from
some
the
matter
blue
wala
from the
yes
water.
yes
You need breath, you need health bar, and neither's going to go
Metro
your
भने
way.
त्यो SLR हान्ने
Down
प्लेयर
he
हैन
goes,
POX
leaving only 1 player now left standing for them.
मलेसियाको
Over on the northeast side near the
Chicago.
backstop for Goat. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of Goat team first, or at least scout it out. They wrap back around fairly quickly.
नेपालको केही नयाँ न्यूज
Even DRX goes down.
के न्यूज हुने हो र
Foopsman finds that one.
अब जाँदैन हौ अब जे गरे नि मिल्दैन हौ अब जान ब्रदर
Furia, so That is where
अरु देशको प्लेयरहरुको नाम मागेर उनीहरुले हालिसक्यो अब कहाँ जान मिल्छ नेपाल
The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies though. Shuts down Foops, leaves him on his last legs. Good nade play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia players. The vehicle scouting. Chief on the pushback over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
English commentary सुन्दा त Premier League खेले जस्तो feel आउँछ अनि World Cup Premier League.
Boom coming through from GOAT team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront. On the back line, it's Igor needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forwards because of that arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage though,
let's go
to maybe find a foothold into the zone because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on GOAT team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say.
Spanish player, boring.
Terrifying Tianba today, they've changed their fate.
Big fan, thank you brother.
A few more elims racked
thank
up.
You, Sabir Khatri.
So far.
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shot.
Chinese versus Chinese.
They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out, and Liu gets some retribution. AGAL now playing on the center of the circle as it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well.
Good
by AGA.
World Cup race. Let's see.
They've been given to breakfast. And this is where it gets far more scary as well. Alula, low on HP with a bit of a split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together. Struggling on contact with one player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves
the
opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives
Mario. Wait.
Ooh, but there is an answer from Smile to find a knock over onto a Wolves player, leaving Awola potentially to be able to... I don't think they can get this res with the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. Would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So Awola may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves GOAT team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third party, but they've been fourth party necessary. Can't quite do what he needed to. Shotgun trade. Elementrix still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work. Joe left to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage though and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John, where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. A quick pick up, looking for the revival force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Tony K. He's got the angle, John.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the peak fully there, though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the res to come through from GOAT team. Tony K could still play spoiler to it. He sees them 2 on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the buggy. He's rolling forward. They're going to have to play against this, but Tony K gets back, and the arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal and pieces
force
continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula. Remains claws cruising over. They've seen him coming. And if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ.
Mario.
Back exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Retreating to the beach side. Have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furious position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. That opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control and maybe sneak in behind RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
Furia It's not been easy for them for the positions they've been
Parcel
forced into.
parcel आयो यिनीहरुलाई
Still
त
standing as a trio after losing silence quite some time ago from that engagement.
अरेबिक कास्टिङ हेरौँ न नहेरौँ होला हो
Took him out. Nade onto the vehicles. RRQ not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in as well, crunching further up towards the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play.
मलाई त इन्टरफेयर सिग्नल छ अब त्यसको लागि त ग्राइन्ड गर्ने हो
You can see that Furia
Thank you Mr. Chetri brother for the rose धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद
But Irina gonna have to move, Furia gonna have to move.
आफू मेहनत गर्नु न
And the crunch in on the
Slowly.
east side.
होराको कहिले हो होराको 14th August बाट guys
to go and go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things, so potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement.
Thank you for the
They may
gifts.
just look to push up towards Tiamba
Monish,
and to
brother.
Let's go, as RRQ look to regroup further north and
Korean commentary
off
हेरौँ
the
रे
area from Alpha 7. No,
Again, we like 0 kill भाइ नै खेल रहा है हान्छ होला नि अब
doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun, but there,
Oh, there.
top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's
RRQ
able to
ले
withstand
बिगारे
the
यार
pressure
game,
and get back up
दाने।
from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7
के
starts
गरे यार RRQ ले लो
the arena. RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. What from the rest of the
रुल्स बाट जर्सी कहिले आउला रे कोलाई
bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon
Wait,
by
के
Alf
गरेको?
as they go
Wait.
in heavy with the shotgun.
No.
त म एक गोल लाउँथ्यो होला
Into the
यार
middle of it all. Let's go crazy, John.
How on earth does he dodge all of those rounds?
No.
Inside Korea with the seat swap. Looks for
धन्न हान्यो है
ए धन्नैले बचायो यार
के गरेको यार RRQ ले त
But it was not to be, and now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry, to go for the
Get a
fight.
time goal, sir.
Arena wants to try and crunch it behind
39,
this too,
38,
and they are doing
37,
just that.
36,
2 kill
Nade's
1
on
kill
target, good
One,
damage.
1
Furia.
wait
They've had to play defensive for so
English
long.
guys.
Now we're seeing that aggression come out. Cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back. The nade look good, but a bare bounce over the top side, and they'll get it done with a round.
के गर्यो साथीहरुले
Down they go.
Still we
Furia
can
looking to
control
piece themselves back
this
together.
guard,
The arena maybe a little bit too slow to jump on the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves. Ulf as well, looking to challenge over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. E-Arena on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side, they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. Could see all the Yangon Galactic
gotta go, man.
fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neva squad remains alive, currently in game 2, out of the contest. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well. Thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
कसले खाला त चिकन गाइस
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good
मुकबाङ भइसक्यो यार मुकबाङ
They're going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on.
स्ट्रिममा लाइक हानम है गाइस YouTube को हरुले लाइक हानम TikTok को हरुले ट्याप ट्याप हानम गिफ्ट हानम भजन गाउँदै छ खै के करा हो त्यो मा Do you think EA will win EWC? No.
जोलाई नपुगोस् भनेको म त्यसले पनि तान्छ यार मेरो त के हो यार
कुन इयरफोन IEM EPZ G20 G20 2020 la 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 la.
It's not been the easiest approach for them.
PMWC final 10 मा हुने रे हो र जासुगेस कहाँ पाउँछ खै अहिले त पाउँदैन होला यार सर्च गर न एकचोटी अनलाइनमा कहाँ पाउँछ भनेर गुगलमा देखाउँला नि स्टोरहरु क्या
अब यसले खान्छ होला हैन चिकन
मर्यो
There's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tiamba actually take the
फेरि त्यहाँबाट
महँगो होला फेरि
ब्याक
8000 9000
takes a knee. E-Arena in the meantime can start
के को लागि स्टोर इयरफोन को लागि
Wait, internet.
needs to be secured and this is
आयो ये
from E-Arena. Furia have committed to that north side and there is now nothing stopping E-Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a three-way engagement.
फेरि खाना बेर छैन यार
This is great decision
Hey.
making. Instantly
टिकटक र युट्युबमा वाइल्ड डिले रहेछ यार रे भन्नाले
Fury down to 3 players.
टिकटकमा डिले छैन भनेपछि
Obviously,
मेरो
orally, हानेदेखि डुबेको
So
डुबेको
much more pressure on this team. They're going to get him back up.
बुम
We'll have a few seconds here.
Wait,
Top his
mid-turn
HP
here,
up.
yeah.
Thankfully, he's done so. They've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And E-Arena actually going to
टिकटक चाड्न छ रे हो र
hold, not wanting to stay overextended or
जेला तिमीसँग सेकेन्ड ह्यान्ड आइफोन छ
swap them out, something like that.
कुनै सेल गर्न मलाई रे
Leaving that ground there was an interesting
छैन
decision.
यार
Very, very quickly. Furia don't try.
माइक के इयरफोन के हो यस यस यो माइक इयरफोन के हो अनि यसमा यो नयाँ किन्दा फेरि चाहिँ यो वायर पनि नयाँ पाउँछ अनि त्यो टाइप सी वाला वायर हुन्छ
Will get moved.
अनि त्यो वायरमा चाहिँ यतै सिधै यहाँ माइक जोड्न नि मिल्छ के यो
Probably towards
इयरबड के साइडमा
that's where he's
डलाउन भयो त्यो
pacing himself towards. Ayala
ओए राम्रो मिनेट थियो यार
cannot find an angle.
यसले हगेकै त हो नि
No chance to get a raw free peek onto.
यसले त्यो लास्ट सर्कलमा 1v3 मात्र नखा भए पनि क्वालिफाई हुन्थ्यो जे गरे नि क्वालिफाई हुन्थ्यो कि यिनीहरू
First domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental. Obviously for E-Arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got one extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they
इनमा
still
कचरी
need a
गर्नुहुन्छ
clean
के
fight. Pin from
Oh,
either
no.
side doesn't really change much.
स्ट्रिम
Next
Loga
stage
that.
closes dead central on
हेलो धने दाइ के छ यार सुमन वाटी
really has the full inside track, but E-Arena have the most ability to move around. If Furia go down, Tiamba can start to move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards E-Arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon. The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades got out either side. It felt like one bullet.
कसले हान्छ त चिकन
Topped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds. Fury are debating where they really need to engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tiamba's side? Do they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them? They're going to go in the direction of Tiamba. Ayala.
जुन जुन टिमको फाइट पर्यो नि त्यही अब न फाइट नपर्ने टिमले खान्छ के अब चिकन
They're losing a lot of space.
डेल्टा जिआर जी र्याम्बो नाम पनि हैन
Further back. It's getting scary out there.
जो टिम पहिला जुत्छ त्यही टिमहरु डिसएडभान्टेजमा जान्छ
Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena, so they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up.
के छ घल्दाई आएर के हाल्दै हो यो गिफ्ट
Eco goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where it's
अब टिएनमाले चिकन खान्छ हेर है
a pass at this, try and move in behind Fury. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through, and the backlines from E-Arena getting a little bit false-footed as Tiamba make their play.
Tiamba, triple threat of nades thrown over the top. Erupting explosions towards Furia's angle after knowing they're weak.
पुरानो हो त्यहीसम्म बम
Not overly committing. You're being hit from all sides as well. They're
Doom.
going slightly too far deep.
ओहो अब त मर्यो फ्युरिया
Chief with a reply. Mormon
टिएनमाले खायो के चिकन लास्टमा आएर
to him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba still waiting.
Finally, a second.
थ्यांक यू यार घल्दाई फर द गिफ्ट्स
Tiamba have read this nicely.
La.
Last to go, and they wrap around. They roll it down. QZ wants to
Ani.
out in the arena now. The last
ओइ अलिकति हाइमा गयो के अब यो चाहिँ अलिकति गल्ती गर्दै छ के
the distance, but there's one in the smoke dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back, and in a 1-versus-3, can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding
अति हाइमा आए त हो यिनीहरु त
out. Will fall in the face.
Back to back.
Tiamba
के हो चाइनिजहरु त
back. Chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
Talks of Tiamba.
ल एउटा स्लट दिए भयो है चाइनिजलाई अब
But that's all changed now.
पाउनु पनि पर्थ्यो
Clarify the lobby and turn up massively.
Not
Not
the end there,
only
Dada.
chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back to back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through.
RRQ ले हग्यो के
Saying there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style.
पोइन्ट तान्थ्यो
Just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken.
रुल्स यो किकमा कसरी तिमीले गरे कसरी इमेल के गरेर इमेल पठाउने हो त नि
मनदीपले गर्दै यार मेरो
हो र
दाजु के छ सब ठीक छ यार
Well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get one chicken dinner, but two already locked in. Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have
Spider-Man को movie हेर्न पनि नहेर्ने यार
looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean the instance right.
यहाँ सुपरम्यान को लाइभ स्ट्रिम हेर न तिमी स्पाइडरम्यान को मुभी किन हेर्छौ
You know what? Now's as good as any. The zone's closing. We've got to go. They had the nades. A little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia. So overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards E-Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays second place.
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for E-Arena,
धेरै दिनपछि आयो आउनु भयो त लाइभ म टिकटकमा चाहिँ धेरै पछि लाइभ गरेको यार युट्युबमा त अस्ति एक दुई दिन अगाडिबाट हान्दै छु त बिग फ्यान दाइ थ्यांक यू यार
not necessarily from the tactical side, but more from just the willingness to actually show how good they are as individuals in terms of
के भन्दै ओजी ओजी भन्दै क्या
we know it's their job. It's just got to rear its head once again.
पागल पूजने
It's all about Tiamba.
Yeah, I mean for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tiamba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who
बोल दादिङ लगाउन दोस्त रे के छ र बोल दादिङमा PMNC को कुन स्टेज सम्म गेम भएको छ रे अब फाइनल 22 अगस्त बाट PMNC कन्ट्री फाइनल LAN इभेन्ट
focus for the team between the group stage coming into now the survival stage.
हेलो डेल्टा हेलो खाना नि ए के भन्छ न दार्जिलिङ रेस्टुरेन्टको खाना हिँड्यो भने गेममा नजाने यार दोस्त
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实我前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是每个人的状态可能不是很好。然后
9 किल 2 गेममा हानेको के एकमा
状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是
2 गेममा होला हैन
因为我用那个手机老段数，但加了手机壳之后段数会变少很多。
के भन्ने हो त्यो कत्रो लामो बोल्यो त
आफस्यो नजर आउ हामी घुम्न जाऊ पोखरा सहर
तपाईं कहाँ हुँदा त यार आज के हो तपाईं यार
एचएलएक्स टिममा होइन र दाइ हजुर यस यस
के भयो दादा आज त हाम्रो छैन त नि
बिग फ्यान ब्रो थ्यांक यू यार
आउनु त पर्यो नि दादा यार तपाई पनि वाच पढे मान्छे त हो नि
हुन्छ हो कि तर म अलि लाइभमा थिएँ कि त्यही भएर हल्का
लाइभमा त हुनुहुन्थ्यो नि म हेरेको त नि लाइभमा हेरेर बोलाएको हजुर
not registering some of my key inputs.
दादाले मार्नु भयो नि त
कोसँग डेटमा जानुभएको थियो
डेट तर डेट भन्ने यो डेटिङ जाने केटीसँग जाने घुम्ने जमाना गयो के त हाम्रो बुझ्नु हैन अब भनेको छोराछोरीको न्यापी स्यापी फेर्दिने त्यतातिर हामी जाँदैछौँ
खाना रे खाना जन त खाऊ दोस्त राम्ररी खाऊ आऊ घर फर्क्यौ कुन टिमले जित्ला त PMGC दाइर PMGC त थाहा छैन यार
其实最主要的威胁是我们准备反清山上的一波，然后我们差点被右边的 KR 叉给溜了，然后但是我们当时点做
ल दोस्त काम गएको see you in another stream रे ओके छ त यार नाइटमेयर ओके ब्रो पीस आउट टिम नेपाल के भयो टिम नेपाल गाड भयो PMNC नेपालबाट 12 वटा टिम क्वालिफाई हुन्छ अनि 12 वटा टिम नेपाली जान्छ साउथ एसियामा 20 वटा कि कतिवटा टिम हुन्छ अनि त्यहाँबाट सेमी फाइनल हुन्छ सेमी फाइनलबाट टप 16 चाहिँ फाइनलमा पुग्छ अनि साउथ एसिया फाइनल हुन्छ साउथ एसिया फाइनलबाट 3 वटा टिम बंगलादेशको लागि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ त्यहाँबाट अनि फेरि 3 वटा टिम पाकिस्तानको मेन PMGO इभेन्टको लागि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ अनि त्यहाँबाट फेरि त्यो अब के रे ग्रुप स्टेज जितेर फेरि राम्रो खेल्यो भने अनि फेरि फाइनलको लागि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ सेन्ड 50 रोजेस रे थ्यांक यू यार च्याटमै भए पनि तिमीले रोजेस पठाइदेऊ यार थ्यांक यू यार सबीर ब्रो भाइटालिटीले लान सक्छ तर तिनीहरूले आफ्नो गेम चाहिँ कन्ट्रोल गर्न सक्नु पर्यो होरोको के भयो होरो फाइनल पुगिसक्यो होरोको गेम अब 14 अगस्तबाट हो यो चाहिँ सर्भाइभल स्टेज हो अनि यो चाहिँ अरु 6 वटा टिमको लागि हो
Tiamba doing their best impressions of Drake with that back-to-back because this team is definitely showing up here at
यसमा हो र छैन
at EWC 26 but don't forget it is PMWC
ई रमाइलो छ यार दाइरे ल
currently going on within the game make sure you log in do the spins do all the fun stuff before he goes away because we do
केटीहरुलाई दिन पर्यो रोज यो डेल्टालाई दिन भन्दा रे धनेजा ओभर एनसी सही ग्याङ रे ल जस एनसी को एम्ब्राज हामी त होला नि हैन हेरम एनसी मा को रहेछ एम्ब्राज थाहा पाइहाल्छ नि तपाईहरुले डेटा साथी PMGC जान पर्छ है लेट्स सी त्यही भएर CR7 खुसी हुँदै बसेको थियो खुसी भइहाल्छ नि अनि ओनर अनि थ्यांक यू यार पूजन फर द गिफ्ट यार दोस्त यार कति केटीलाई मात्र गिफ्ट दिन्छ मलाई नि देऊ न
finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotations are on a separate level here at PMWC 2026 as we check out the players.
40 locks are let's see.
Milu, oh my goodness, 4.5 average eliminations per game so far today, putting up the numbers. And I didn't predict them to make it because I was actually quite disappointed by them in their groups. And it's clearly working out for them, Niptro. Well done.
Japan nozani नै भयो. Yes.
Based on the last two games, I think we can
आइसक्यो त एशियन गेम्स को प्लेयरहरुको लिस्ट नो नेपाल नो esports team only physical esports no ESPORTS
waiting for these two to get together, start fighting, and then push. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that push on Furia, of course, the timing of that is great because Furia is at their absolute weakest. And also, E-Arena are trying to get a revive back on their fallen comrade. But I wanted to focus...
कतिको प्रेसर हुन्छ त PMGC खेल्दा रे हामीलाई फर्स्ट PMGC मा त प्रेसर थिएन सेकेन्ड थर्ड पछि चाहिँ हुन थालेको हो सेकेन्ड PMGC थर्ड PMGC पछि अलिअलि प्रेसर हुन थाल्यो हेर किनकि फर्स्ट PMGC पुग्दा फेरि हामीलाई नथिङ टु लुज हेर क्वालिफाई भएको छ खेलेछ फाइनल पुग्यो नथिङ टु लुज फाइनल पुग्नु नै ठुलो कुरा थियो त्यतिबेला किनकि कोही नेपाल टिम पनि पुगेको थिएन फाइनल अरु टिमहरु गेम सकेपछि पुरा टिम डिस्कसन गरेर हुन्थ्यो हामी पुरा खाइरा हुन्थ्यो बर्गर KFC विंग्स ड्याङ बजाइरा हुन्थ्यो KFC खाँदै पो सेकेन्ड भएको त PMGC टाइम
I like it a lot. The only thing I want to say, if I could just really nitpick here, is that they they had a very strong mid game, right?
They won word for Nepal government.
I enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7.
गेम खेल्दै मुत निस्किन्थ्यो रे ल
there was no backing.
हजुरको गेम चाहिँ बवाल नै थियो त्यतिखेर अरे त्यसलाई मेरो मात्र हैन सबैको गेम राम्रो भएर पुगेको हो हैन सबको इक्वल कन्ट्रिब्युसन थियो
with EA. I know that they were, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other third place.
Ora final पुगिसक्यो गाइस होराको गेम 14th बाट छ अब
Side note onto Tiamba actually
14th August
Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that when they realized that fight was finally happening? They went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good, but I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Fury in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to criticize that too much. I think it was actually a good play for them to slow it down. The reason why we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting E Arena, they're like, we want to try and get rid of E Arena, but if we fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually.
अनि गल्ती कसको हो भन्दाखेरि गल्ती भनेको त्यो नाम नपठाउने मान्छेहरुको हैन त्यो भनेको अब स्पोर्ट्स काउन्सिलको होला हैन तर फेरि त्यो भन्दै फेरि यत्रो हल्ला भइसकेको थियो यत्रो पोस्टहरु थियो हैन थाहा चाहिँ पाउनु पर्ने थियो खेलकुद मन्त्रीले पनि खेलकुद मन्त्रीले नै नथाहा पाए पनि अब कोही त हुन्थ्यो होला नि त अलि त्यही माथिको हायर र्याङ्कको मान्छेहरु उनीहरुले थाहा पाउनु पर्ने अब खै उनीहरुले देखेनन् होला ठिकै छ PMNC को ल्यान हुन्छ PMNC ल्यान हुन्छ यार गल्ती चाहिँ कसको हो भन्दाखेरि गल्ती हाम्रो हो जो हामी खेल्न गयो
So yeah, you can get a lot of items if you're there, but I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles.
के गिफ्ट हालेको मिस्टर अल्फाले फेरि के हो यो फर्स्ट टाइम देखेको म त टिकटक त लाइभै गर्दिन अहिले कुन टिमबाट अहिले म इडन लिफ esports मेरो युट्युब को त च्याटै चलाएन हो टिकटक को च्याट चाहिँ भट्टाभट चले टिकटक को पढाइ छु 45 point डिला PMNC भेन्यूमा मलाई एउटा फोटो है त ओके छ त ब्रदर ओजी डिस्क्वालिफाई भएको र कसरी को डिस्क्वालिफाई हुन्छ हेलो डेला सर आफ्टर लङ टाइम मच लभ थ्यांक यू यार राजन ब्रदर अल्फा 7 त 15 नम्बर मारे
probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that leaderboard, and so yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony Story of the day, no sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here, we're gonna be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up, but before we go into the next game, we're gonna be sending it over to Kalaris in blank.
Yeah, you know, I'd really like to talk about all the other.
Thank you for divine finger yaar. Thank you yaar. Odin for rose yaar.
But it's all about Tiamba.
YouTube मा भन्दा TikTok मा बढी मान्छे आउँदा रहेछन् रे खै रेगुलर लाइभ हान्छु के अब अनि दुईटैमा आउँछ के मान्छे बुझेन हो र स्पोर्ट्स को 14th अगस्त बाट गेम छ गाइस
stage heavy hitter, aren't you, really? You're coming out here swinging with some hard facts, some hard knowledge. I like it. But it is correct, the adversity has been a big thing for them, but they've been decisive, clean on a lot of their pushes. I think even just not last game alone, it's nice to see QZ with a bit of teamwork going on. Milu was...
आज त ड्रम बजाउनेहरु त चुपचाप रहेछ त अनि ड्रम बजाउनेहरुको अनि सेकाइ हुँदैछ
I will say as well, I can pull the curtain back a little bit as I've just interviewed QZZ.
Indian PUBG community मा धेरै फेक न्यूज चल्दै रहेछ खै ल्यान्ड कहिले देखि ल्यान्ड 22 अगस्त
He hurt his hand from the high five alone. So yes, they were very, very happy.
It's a strong high five right there.
That's a very strong high five.
I bet he whacks that fire button really hard, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's nice to see again for QZZ. He came from PRI.
Oi, Donnie, there, banana Ayush, big fan. Thank you, yaar.
Over 7,000 damage. Crazy result from him. It's good to see the rest of Tiamba stepping up though, because there is so much conversation around QZ and how good he is as a player. But I think it's mainly what we're looking at right now with the rest of the team, who are all rallying around him.
किन एक्लै सबजना छन् हो या गेम स्टार्ट भएपछि बोल्छन् के बुझेनौ गाइस अहिले सबजना च्याट पढ्दै होला केटाहरु
was kind of the determining factor in that first game. Likewise, when you look at the damage output and the damage numbers for that second game, it was of course QZZ that was able
कस्तो छ दाइ प्रिपरेसन कस्तो पनि छैन यार के छ खबर डेला ब्रो सब ठीक छ
away from AGAL in this Erangel game and find yourself bogged down in a fight if Ulf wants to kind of continue on a little bit of that aggression. You're suddenly going to be taken out, but they were able to
कत्रो इन्टरभ्यु पनि यो के हो यो बोलेको बोलै छ त
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a
पानी लिएर आउँछु यार ब्रो एसियन के भयो के भएन हामी नजानी भयो
to where they faced off against GOAT team. There they were able to almost
dominated just by LOS control. Keeping themselves on the left-hand side towards the coast, where GOAT was struggling because eventually they were going to start being spotted out by teams off in the distance, which did happen. And Egos, man, he was playing phenomenally well all the way up to the end. But Tiamba, yeah, just going for that instantaneous push. Now, I really do feel we had another weird one, though, with E-Arena. They had a 4-man on that south side. I think there was just a bit of a stop-starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
I have my concerns with the arena.
Yes, so do I.
Because the thing is you were coming into that late game scenario and you've got 0 real limbs. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 limbs. But then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes, we had the record-breaking game from the group stage by them, but outside of that, it has not looked fantastic. So they need to really kind of change some things up here throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grassy pastures of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area inside of the main landmass? Well, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2. Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it as fast as possible. He's locked and loaded, inches from his screen, focused as anything.
Yeah, assessing the situation early, getting themselves nice and ready for another one, another outing. We have these little establishing shots to some of our squads here, AGAL, Tiamba. A few teams have been bringing the heat. Launching Red Force as well, looking pretty good out there in some of the moments of play. Alpha 7, it's been a bumpy ride. Topsy-turvy with some of the results we've seen. Looks really good for Fury as well, John, right? Obviously that's kind of the keynote we were hitting down there on the stage. Some of the conversations we've had, they've been pulling out the stops. Getting fired up for Alula. Nice, good celebration.
Uh-oh, he's knocked his headrest off. That's going to be...
Doesn't need it.
A comfort issue. Yeah, to be fair, if you land forward, you're fine. It's only when you're out of the game that you're leaning back in your chair. Or at least I hope it is. We'll have to wait and see. Everyone just getting ready. Tapping around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane to take to the skies. But I think it's coming through fairly soon. As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo. And we are gunning for another game here on Erangel. The plane path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out, a lot of area accessible, no real impetus to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west-leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in Pachinki? It's, I mean, I just really don't like hot drops in general. I'm generally kind of against them. Maybe you can excuse it for the first game, maybe even the first 2 within a new lobby, but on a 12-match set, I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to win it out cleanly, either team should be...
क्वालिफाई भइसक्यो तियनबाट यत्रो पोइन्ट तानेर नि पुगेन भने त ओहो पागल हुन्छ होला हैन यार त
mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself in a sort of safety net.
के खोल्यो
If I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in. Right here, right now, come out, pull out some stops. If you could potentially target one of our top teams, especially looking at Tiamba, right, with how they're building themselves, such an early narrative, shut them down, stop them from accumulating point after point, at least for one game. Could be a door open for you and one closed for them.
माइक मिलाउनु रे कस्तो आएर मेरो आवाज
I feel like targeting the top team themselves, maybe not super useful here in the survival stage. That's much more.
The survival stage को दिन यो 2 दिनको हो यार.
6, right? Doesn't matter, John. You got to come for the king. You find the biggest man. You shut him down. You get respect for everyone else in the lobby.
Well, we did just see an elimination go through. I believe that was Tiamba actually over to.
The TikTok मा रोज दिए ल रे ओके छ त.
Also got the Zaki drop coming through from Dopeness, which is going to leave Geeke alone in Pachinki, so we don't get that hot drop.
दिनै मिलेन त रे ओके छ त के छैन.
And I'm happy to say
रुलजोजीलाई यहाँ प्लेयर नभएर बोलाएको हो खेल्न.
Some of the games we've had, it's been a super bumpy ride for our teams, and we've seen some great PUBG Mobile mechanically off the back of rotation, at least map geometry-wise, how they understand it. It gets a lot more out of these teams. The brains have to be switched on. This, though, should be better for the...
PMWC को पैसा किन आएर छैन.
down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL both dropping in the area. AGAL trying to grab the vehicles. Imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible. The question is, what sort of ammunition does Smile have to play with? Can he catch someone on the corner? Spray down with the AKM. There is still
एक तो छुओ भाई, एक तो छुओ. यो तो झार्न पर्छ यार यसले. यो तो झार्न पर्छ यार.
Some damage there, but the ammo's starting to draw low, and they don't have the scopes to really get the distance on this one. Jackie, I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done, even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away, John. No one from AGAL hitting the DCK. It's not even how you spell deck at this point. It's one of those days, John.
यार को ड्रॉप का मिलता है कि मिलता बार.
Just got to throw an E in there.
That would help.
And it would help, but hasn't helped E Arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of Arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team taking down. Tiamba dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer towards the bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested, and we're firmly into the looting phase now.
Getting louder and louder game after game as well. So that's Yangon Galacticos' fans and Alpha 7 in unison. They've been stationed in a similar area of the stage.
बोल रहे थे वो crowd ले.
Excitement coming from over there, getting fired up. The drums being played.
Yeah.
You good at the drums, John?
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Bloody hell.
It's mediocre at best.
Yeah, experts are the last one there.
Polaris is a phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay,
that's not even a joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely.
That one through. We'll get James on the move during the game. Don't worry.
Bakra, Goda, Kharayo, sab cha ta.
Alula looking to drum themselves up a chance in towards those finals.
KRX को 2 point 2 गेम त भयो हेरौं न.
So far, with the points they've been able to accrue.
TNलाई त अब टिका लगाएर स्लट दिनु पर्छ जस्तो छ तर खै हक छ कि.
के त धने भाइ किन माइक अफ गर्दै बसेछ
बिर्सेछु के
हेडफोन पनि अफ गर्छ माइक पनि अफ गर्छ
बिर्सेछु के अघि नै गरेको
एनालाइसिस गर्दै हुन्छ क्या
त्यस्तै छ
हैन पानी सार्न गएको थियो
नेपालमा जिगल
रुल्स हो जी
रुल्स हो जी म त हैन म कहिले पनि बेस्ट छैन यार धने
तिमी भनेसी कहिले बेस्ट थिएन भन्छ केटीहरुको लागि मात्र बेस्ट हो तिमी जहिले ला
कसले भने यार धने को केटीले भने तिमीलाई भन त सुनम
खै त्यहाँ अहिले च्याट तिरै सोध न अहिले त्यहाँ हजुर हजुर भन्दै आउँछ होला 3-4 जना ए 3-4 हैन 10
अल्फा पनि बाइ होला अल्फा चाहिँ त सक्दैन हो जापान न बोलाइ धने तिमी
अब च्याट पनि 10 जना आउँछन् भने डीएम मा 20 जना आउने होला हैन
त्यही त
पीसी मा 30 जना ए भोइस च्याट
भेट्ने त कतिजना
बेस्ट डुइङ वाच पार्टी साइलेस साइलेस नि वाच पार्टी हाल्दैछ त है
कहाँ देखिरहेको छ त्यसको मेरो क्लिप्सहरु कहाँ देखिरहेको थियो रनवाले त्यो उसले के रे 1v3 हानेको आइडियाले
fairly dynamic in that last match. And they took it.
Grasnanले भन्दै थियो ए
which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of prison, this shelter position.
बिचारा टिम जहाँ सुग्यो होस् तर कराउन रोक्दिन भने जस्तो छ यार यिनीहरुले
2 दिन हो आज र भोलि हो.
So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
अनि घर घर कुरा गर्छ होला है यत्रो करा केही गर्न सकेन भन्छ होला है केही छैन अब कराको पैसा आइहाल्यो जाम अब घर भन्ने होला
यही कुरा मैले 3 महिना अगाडि भन्दै थिए है जग्गालाई
है याद आयो मलाई पनि
अब हामी लाइभमा टिटुके भनेर मैले हत्ते गरेका थिए यही चीज हो
fairly civil right now, Jackie. Getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open seeing each other. But looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that second seat spray down. But Genforce, he's on their tail. I mean, fair enough, you follow them a little bit. Try and get some information. In the meantime, GK run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side. GK have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs looks for more. Swaps to the weapon. Does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun still ringing in his ears.
यत्रो भुट्यो एक शटगन हान्दियो सक्यो
धेरै क्लोज रेन्ज मेटा भयो के
given at least as good as they get, if not better.
Yeah, it would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated
त्यस्तो
position.
हैन होला यार
The basements going into game two, nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duel.
उनीहरुले काल्छे भन्नेलाई किन खेलाउँदै छ
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those more open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have to try and find something, keep this one going as the zone coming on through.
Shelter zone, shelter.
Stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasnaya Field. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of positions out on the east side. I think are going to because we've got so many teams on the east edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. Looks like they're retreating a bit though, but a lot of teams are going to try and move into the side.
Thank you Ninja Bhai for the gift. TikTok ma.
John Allen guarantee.
म चाहिँ यो गेममा चाहिँ मेरो बाख्रालाई सपोर्ट गर्छु है
कपाल काट्न पर्ने यार साउन महिना भएर कपाल काट्नु हुन्न रे त हैन गाइस यो महिना भरि कपाल काट्नु भने त कत्रो हुन्छ होला त कपाल त यार
डेल्टाको त अलवेज फेभरेट अल्फा 7
यो कोचको टिम
रुजको गड लाइक रे
दादा आज
मेरो गड लाइकले त नि हानि सक्छ नि
कोचको टिमले के हान्छ कि हान्दैन भन्ने किन भन्ने कि दादा कसले चुज गरेको टिम चाहिँ पहिला मर्छ हेरौँ न को रहेछ पनौती है
ल
5
मेरो बाख्रो तपाईको वाइजी
ए सेन्टरको टिम लिएर
अब एक हप्ता पछि हुँदो रहेछ त
ग्यारेन्टी हुन्छ त रुल त नि के रे मर्दैन भनेर
त्यो त दिल छ त
सेन्टर स्टामिना आयो भने सकिहाल्यो
108 points was the
अहिले यही सेन्टर पुग्दिन्छ
आज अफिसियली प्रुभ हुन्छ हामी तिनजनामा सबैभन्दा ठुलो लोदर को रहेछ भनेर है सबैजना एग्री हो नि दादा हैन
एग्री चार जना
हजुर हाम्रो डेल्टा ब्रदरले चाहिँ कुन लिने
अल्फा 7
एनएस हो एनएस कति अल्फा 7 गर्छ हौ
एनएस ल हामी चार जना मध्ये आज लोदर ओ असली काम है
I thought it was going to be the northeast side that was going to be a little
bit messy, चिकन नहानुस् तर बाँच्नु चाहिँ बाँच्नु
पर्छ split around the prison. Instead, the positions to the north of Milta are going to be much more chock-a-block with our players moving out the wolves from Milta past Kiwum DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and force the teams in the area out wide. APAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that Milta power area. They went out all
अरु के साल खबर केही छैन यार
फलो गर्दा ल्याग हुने रहेछ के भनेको फलो गर्दा ल्याग हुन्छ रनमती के हो यो
लाइक हानमै स्ट्रिम लाई केडा हो युट्युब तिर
के कुरा गरेको
सब्स्क्राइब हाने सब्स्क्राइब हान हैन
ल ल निमेश भाइ
यस्तै छ जिन्दगी के छ एनएस कति जना बाँकी 4 जना बाँकी रहेछ
त भाइजी कहाँ हो यो
एनएस एनएस
याङगङ गलाक्टिकोस
एनएस
एनएस बीचमा बाख्रालाई पर्यो ला लिगे छ रे टेनमा मरे हुन्थ्यो नि यार त्यहाँ भिडभाडमा छ यार टेनमा
दादा अहिले हेर्नु हैन बाख्राकै मुनि आइपुग्छ टेनमा
Off near there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation, the zone.
Diana
pushing down as well.
उ पाइसक्यो ठाउँ दादा अब कसरी मर्छ
around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one.
हेरौँ न कसको लोदर एकदम मजबुत रहेछ आज
do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight.
Just kidding.
Oh no, हाने यसैले हाने
तर हाम्रो डेल्टा ब्रदरको हो मनले चाहेको टिमले चाहिँ सिक्दै छ है
तर हान्दा चाहिँ
to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face.
अनि अब बजाउने बेला आयो के
Haven't lost a player yet. They're not
ओए
about to
अति
start
छिर्दै
now.
त्यो कसै छिर्यो यार
Able to find the final shot. Down on the last player for the South Korean side.
वाइफै हान्दियो त
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. As well with AGAL in their line of sight.
Did I
World Cup advantage from that.
जीवनभरि मारे
As Limited Meds as well, he's going to be able to top himself back
World
up.
Cup त हैन हामीले World Invitational त खेलेको हो
Faint wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the
खेलेको
road.
छैन बरु
Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation. And indeed, they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So, can continue.
जिसी खेलेको हैन त जिसी त खेलेको यार
To get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but doing okay, I think it's safe to say. And right on top of the final player from Dopeness as well. Try and make your way into the
PMWC हैन PMWI थियो नि त पहिला PMWC को नाम
It was a
त्यो हुँदा चाहिँ खेलेको हामीले एकचोटी
It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both
I7
were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there.
कति रोटेसन हाने त
Good read.
हान्न गयो
नयाँ किन्यो भने राम्रै चल्छ
iPhone 13 the legend हो legend
नयाँ किन्यो भने चाहिँ सेकेन्ड ह्यान्ड किन्दा चाहिँ अलिक गाह्रो पर्छ
that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players.
Big fan bro, thank you यार
Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center set up right now from Nonshin. Red Force haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players
alive as well.
Fix को त गेम सक्यो त अनि PMNC है आउँछ होला नि PMNC भन्दा अगाडि
दादा के भन्नु छ
to come to the fore of the fighting.
त्यही त जोन हेर्नु नि दादा
from Igors. And they can't quite repel them.
Matlab from Bhutan, thank you brother.
Trying to stand against Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that
Why are you not playing games? I'm playing games.
And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush.
Who said I'm not playing any games? I'm playing games.
Just a bit of chip damage.
Yeah!
With. Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad.
Matlab from Bhutan. धन्यवाद
Nepal team
like हान्नु guys stream like
are still standing.
On that south side, lining the roadside now.
Yellow flash
और के यार मुझे यो पनि के भयो
के भयो गर्दै
use that ridge line that was protecting the wolves on their rotate potentially to
GF reveal रे मेरो GF कहाँ
fully just yet.
मेरो GF त अर्कै हो
Don't worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side. We're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down. Hit the deck.
रुल्जो जी को कुन टिम हो
A lot of noise in the arena right now.
NS ले हो कि सेक्नी त
Kadir City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7. Taking some shots, that's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner. And rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
They want to hunt for more.
Chicken हान्छ हो NS ले त fix
And they want to find him. E-Arena And Alula now coming into conflict from the arena, losing a point.
यसपालि खतरा टिम आउट हुन्छ जस्तो खै हेरौँ दाइ ईशान र निशालाई के भन्न चाहनुहुन्छ केही भन्दिन यार
on the first form of the hold, but two immediate knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. Two now players for Alula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party from Go Up the Hill, R3B. Now the last to stand for Alula, and E-Arena hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Turney K for the final Elin there.
No, not for love nor money. Couldn't brute force their way through, but talking of which, look who's in the back line. Go team's representative, the solo force.
रनमाइहरुले गर्दा आउने एउटा मेडल नि गएर खै के भन्नु यार
Another one bounces just off the periphery.
जनताको एनसी सकेर ग्राइन्ड हान्ने भनेर बसेको शीतल भयो
Just hoping this shrapnel won't end them as they cower in the building.
More nades being laid.
Allah गोटले वान भित्री
In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade and in he goes. The DBS in hand. Looks for one, but he can't even connect on the first. And E-Arena stay alive at 3. They have to get a move on though, Jackie. They've got 30 seconds, or, well, a little bit less now.
ला भन्ने रे यता गाइजहरु छ त एनसीमा टप 2 आउनु सक्छ त आउनै पर्यो नि टप 2
भालो जग्गा नि लतर भने त देखियो त त्यही देखिहाल्यो नि
Go team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades he throws. But it is what it is. In the arena, if you thought you'd finally have a safe exit path, no chance to egress.
यो पालि हानमै बबाल यो के छ त
5 nades in the back pocket. Let's see if he can do better than Go on these.
लाइक हानम त गाइजहरु स्ट्रीमलाई लाइक हानेको छैन नि
Smoke out as well to provide some semblance of cover for them. Easy for back. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well.
Easy chicken, no NS go.
Chance on the periphery.
Yes, I know, A7.
Are they even going to get out there, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They've got a lot of distance already. 2 players from E-Arena moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they've stowed earlier or were aware of earlier. Geeky are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Geeky are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one, depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage. But yeah, for E-Arena, I feel like Geeky may have overcommitted for it, and instead they're losing more than they gained.
कहाँ पुग्यो सोल्टी यार कहाँ जान लाग्यो
एशियन कपमा जान पाएन है दाइ पाएन नि
with the backup of Cycloud further ahead to E-Arena.
वाइजी को चिकन हेर मेरम के गर्नु भाइ जो
to punish them once again. Points off the back of this with Mormon going down to the play zone.
के रे हैन पार्टीको नाम सोच्नु पर्दा त भन्नु
barely pushed out.
Elementrix.
Back timeline where he's the only survivor left for GK. Fragmented off the
wait.
Results in the last man falling to dopeness.
Padkyo
7-2-1. GS and Tiamba going toe-to-toe, and right now Tiamba don't seem to have anything in the back pocket.
NS like खा भनेर देखायो
Left standing all the way on the outside.
मेरो बर्थडेको दिन रहेछ नि त PMNC फाइनल हो र भेन्यूमा आएर पार्टी दियौ नि त
ESPORTS एसोसिएसन नेपाल बटममा उड्दै छु
in the blue. Behind the shack, gets the first aid and the smokes are there. Might be able to dart forwards, but he's already got damage and the blue zone's right on top of him. Jackie, it's gonna tick.
बिचार यत्रो हिल गर्यो
He's able to take it down. Oh, it's actually the play zone, so it was the play zone tick to take down Tiamba. 3 elims, couple points, 49 now. Still a very hefty total.
Cut short the storyline of a from Tiamba. But does open the door for other squads to raise themselves higher up in the standings now, potentially against
You are doing well, दिन्छु पान्छे होला यतिकै चाहिँ हुनु पर्यो है यही च्याटमा होला नि हेर न यी सेवा हो
Still got good compound setup as well.
मरे त्यही मरिन्छ बरु
I feel like this north side could potentially be quite leverageable for a deep run into the game. It may not be a winning position, but it would have been brilliant for Tiamba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong
grind गर्दै जानु अरे ओके छ त
and I feel like that was kind of the major
के हो A7 त कोब्रा हा त कोब्रा
losing that one player, they lost the ability to have the full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 721 GS.
तर बर्थडे को दिनमा हाल्दिन्छु रे ल ल
And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been
बर्थडे
a
पार्टी
different
तिम्रो
story. And they
अनि तिमीले नाम चाहिँ किन मेरै राखेर आको त नि अनि
line everyone up as they roll forwards.
Sight for sore eyes for the Alpha 7 fans, you'd imagine as well. Still alive in this game right now, they have the 5 elims to their name.
पढ गयो YG मर्यो
That's a hovercraft gone, and one more member of Yangon Galactic.
अर्को निस्केका आयो टप कति हो जाने सर्भाइभलबाट टप 6
सीधे साइडको स्याकमा गयो हुन्छ यार ओइ त छोड्दै गयो यसले
आइडल हो नि त गो तिमी रे
छैन छोडेको
र from Furia from Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos.
कहाँ फाल्दै छ यार
There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. The arena out as well in the meantime. Second place on the overall standings with Furia. I think now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though. Sent straight over the top. Furia gonna have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos not quite able to punch through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The drop down's just Yangon cannot get it done. Furia fighting tooth for now and looking damn good whilst doing it too, but you've got to get your back up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots from RRQ might cut that storyline short for them and leave them in a worse position. It's good damage. Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over for Chief.
RRQ को साथीहरु त
एनएसले खाएन भने के भन्ने डेल्टालाई
And there go the rounds, finding that flush as well. There is a knock over onto Eagles. Oh, sorry, the flush coming through. And Ayala does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it. Out wide, can't quite connect with the front bumper, but draws some fire. Gives some protection, makes a little distraction. Chief is going to fall, and RRQ are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, flex out coming through from Nongshim. Really timely as well to flex away from their position. To get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least. There is a response.
Wait, trade liyo.
Could potentially find this res if Revo and Carrillo can't get a position, and Lapar could stop them doing just that.
The hillside peak onto it, Revo exposed from the backside.
Kill.
Oh, it's an easy takedown as well to obscure that was not prior. Such
RRQ ले नि अलिकति भयो नि मार छुइदे
going to be remaining alive for much longer at this point. The split from Nonshin was well timed and well executed.
Wait.
Carrillo all that remains.
Abi.
Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle, firing off warning
Lo
shots. That's all they are. Just
8 kill हान्ने त हो RRQ ले पनि
again out in 4th place on this one, leaving our top 3 squads remaining.
What timing on that for Nongshim Red Force as well.
Cover
That flex out down to the south, really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7 and maybe they were going to lose 1 or 2 players there, but the RRQ peak over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their compound, and back, more crucially, to the circle as it shifts all the way up north, and RRQ are going to have to make a mad dash here.
Keep on go.
Yeah, Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one.
17 Pro Max
किस धनी के छ ब्याक छ दाइ
17 Pro Max
सब बिच छ दाइ
17 Pro Max मेरो घरमा
सबै सन्चै हुन्छ
मेरो फोन भने पनि हुन्थ्यो मेरो आइफोन 7
I think they're just going to leave him for RRQ.
Mario सोल्टीहरु
It's 721 GS want to take down
मेरो चाहिँ orange कलरको छ तिम्रो कुन कलरको छ
shots being fired back. Nongshim Red Force do have the toe sight and will be able to clip those nails.
GP पनि भन्दिन दादा कति हो 512 हो कि GP पनि
फाइल यार यो कस्टम 256 नलिनु पर्दो रहेछ यार
from the position of
the key पुग्दैन रहेछ है
against Nongshim who have been in this spot for the longest time.
John
नेम डाउन गरे भने म त्यहीले फुल हाल्दिन्छ
पहिला 60 GB हुन्छ
NST हान्ला त गाह्रो ठाउँमा हायर तर फोमेन छ
Vitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity into finals. This is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For non-shit, it's more that consistent force. A team that we know can go above and beyond in a position to do just that with the advantage.
Which color is your house भनिदिन्छ टेन्सन
But the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
This is a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. For 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join closer towards the top 6.
Golden color.
म त अरे त एलिमेन्ट्स याद नलिएको यो त मुझे
Early doors on the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility on the tables.
All the folding iPhone आउँछ भन्दैछ त अनि
Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TC with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up, because there's still two players who have to cross this ridge, who have to get across the road for 71 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
Great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back them from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team.
XX Max. मेरो पनि सुरुको त्यही हो.
Marching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside.
Do they have the cover though?
Do you remember how I used to play RRQ?
Cannons start to fire. The nades are pouring in from TC on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force.
Old
so they can
Babu.
that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forward. They haven't managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
How old re?
त्यही भन्छ क्वेशन
He might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second. That off angle, he's so damn crisp with it towards the side. His nades as well. Every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that additional medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more central position with their forward spots here. Not too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but XCY launches one forwards. Doesn't quite go the distance. Easy also lobbing on in the volley. Starting to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage.
No. Wait. यस्तो त नगर न यार.
A really good open up, but there's a nade in response. And Junbin connects again.
Wait.
Alico's going to be forced out, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations.
Kunai
G20. Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. They're being constantly peppered by these.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Brian falls. This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an awkward angle. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough. As Nongshim see red and get that one.
देखेर केटा हो सब पनौतीहरुको बीचमा म बस्दै रहेछु त नि हैन.
Nice shot. Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent does help them out.
I know we not any come back.
If they had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forward. They chose their timing perfectly. And every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life.
Donald is big fan. Thank you, Khadga brother.
Inside of that game, they rolled the dice.
Simramen on their jacket. Nongshim भनेको अनि सिमरामेनीको कम्पनी त अनि यो नङसिम लेखा त यो सिमरामेनको कम्पनी त अनि That your favorite lineup रे छैन यार favorite
You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you take away agency from other teams. you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to
like anam stream like
paths to victory.
TikTok ma tap tap anam, YouTube tira live like anam.
Of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
That was on point, on brand. Third game, third chicken dinner, 3 thumbs. It's basic maths, John.
Hi bro, hello.
They have been crunched.
सिन्नामेन मात्र खाएर बस्छन् होला यिनीहरु त्यही त होला कोरियनहरु बिचारा
Really nice.
फ्रान्सको खाना मिठो लाग्दैन होला सिन्नामेन ल्याउने खाने
They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid game.
सिन्नामेन त त्यो रोजमेरीले खान्थ्यो हो आमा एशियन गेम्सको त्यो होटल मुनि मार्थे मा सब सिन्नामेन बोकेर हिँड्दिन्थ्यो यार
It does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful
trophy, trophy.
Pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. But come the end of tomorrow, John, that of our previous champions, but both of them, they're both here, they're both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
मोटा ऐसा तरे क्या मोटा न हो दाई थोड़ा मात्र अलिकति दियो थोड़ा मात्र अलिकति मोटा जस्तो देखे के जस्ताको त्यस्तै छु म पहिला 65 केजी थियो अहिले 67 त पुगेको छु होरको गेम कहिले हो र गेम 14 बाट यार दाइ इयरफोनले करेन्ट हान्न थाल्यो त अरे नलाउ यार त्यस्तो इयरफोन यार
ब्रो पहिला रिजन गेमिङ नेपालको स्ट्रिम होस्ट लाइभ गर्थ्यो नि लामो कपाल
नोङसिम द कोरियन किम्ची एन्ड नुडल कम्पनी हैन र हो त्यही नै हो के यो सिनरामेनकै कम्पनी हो के यो एनएस रेड फोर्स भनेको स्पोन्सर होला नि त यिनीहरुको टाइटल स्पोन्सर
अनस्वाइटी बिफोर अनस्वाइटी
मेरा भी एडीएस है एक एचपी
मेरा भी एडीएस है एक एचपी रे हो
Vai junto. Tenta aqui embaixo. Tem. Boa, caralho! Porra! Gue kiri dia. Nomor gak? Aneh bener anjing.
anjing गर्दै छ त हौ इन्डोर त
لا يا ابن الفكرة لا dia
एनसी बोयर के छ यार शीतल राय कुन शीतल राय हो यो के फेक शीतल राय हो के रियल शीतल राय हो
एउटा ग्रुपमा त्यो लिंक हालेको छ त्यो लिंक हेर न गएर
好的，欢迎来到 Aramco 的实力排行榜。我们今天也是邀请到了 AKL 的选手来给我们现在桌子上的这些战队做一个评级。来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个高。
मेरो अस्तर यस्तै यार वान को प्लेयर को स्टोरी के त
OK Alpha 7
吧
Alpha 7
B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。
我没说话，刚才说的。
今年是今年，
刚才说的。那我跟谁？
好，下一位 IDA ESPORTS
D。这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧，
上届冠军
给个 S 吧
，GK
C，
下一个
F，
这个 F 很配啊，这个。
好 UF
喂किन हो S2G सँग त बीफ रहेछ त यिनीहरुको
老熟人
F रे हो सिधै
好 S 已经有2位了
40。
这个不是很猛吗？
对呀。
那直接给到
A 跟 S 中间呗。
我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧。
भारत का नाम के है भारत का नाम एकदमै कमन छ P बाट एकदम कमन नेम के हो केटा हो
RQ
गेस गर्नुस्
OK 这个放哪儿
F 这个放到一把高 S 出去一等就行了压他一头够了
तपाईँ चिन्नु भएको तपाईको नाम कति जना
这个
छ
给到康吧康
哇这 S 有点太多了
ल हजुर त
A 吧 A 吧这个
小
那 B 跟 A 的中间呗
B 加 B
我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊现在
马上要来
EA 来了
A
必须得 A 啊
因为它对比你在 A 是吧
这个直接
这个怎么说
S 加必须是压那个偶尔那个黑豹一边魔兽一边
懂你意思
这个更别说了
这个呢龙息
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊
Jax
给个
那这个गर्नु पर्यो यार मेरो राशि के नाम राख्नु
反正
पर्यो
现在每个等级都有
我觉得贴很完美
我的说了 D 这个嘞
是的
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了不知道大家怎么看呢
भेन्यू फिक्स भएछ है PMNC को गाइजहरु भेन्यू फिक्स भएछ
आम्मामा यस्तो त लास्टमा हो यो एसएम को फ्यान होला
पतञ्जलि रे के हो पतञ्जलि भनेर
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan X.
Naruto Tsudumaki आयो Naruto Tsudumaki
Awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th.
दशरथरङ्गशाला त्यो सानो कभर हलपट्टि हो
PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nanshin Red Force. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nanshin Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nanshin Red Force dropping Razen Shurikens all over the place here on Orango. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally played there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud? It was me.
He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
Just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC.
I know, Larish,
what are you gonna say, Natura?
No, I was just gonna say,
right?
yes, they were heavily gifted this
I know.
heavily.
Yeah.
However, Tizzy, being
Kathmandu
that anchor point is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team
त्यसो भने सर्ट छ यार
to play this game. That's all I gotta say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see, and it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles, and then 7-1 helping them out by just absolutely fumbling a nade.
Watching silent
If you do all that
ए
kind of
अबि
stuff,
भाउजू
you'll be able to get a win. But you were asking, what is this segment? Let me just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the fan zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come and check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th. You can come here, maybe get some Naruto bananas, maybe get some extra swag. Check out some of the other collaborations currently going on, and win some prizes. Oh, wait, you got that one from here?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this man is swagged out. But Barney, while we have you coming to survival stage, we just really have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is no second chance after this one. It is make it to top 6 or go home. And some of those squads are truly making sure they put in that performance here on survival stage.
It's true, yeah. As your hat comes flying off your
अझै
head.
3 गेम बाँकी छ यार
To take note of the most
सक्कम न यार छिटो यार 8:30 बाट गेम छ
stage is very different. Now, we're seeing teams like Tiamba who only managed to get 49 points in the group stage. However, coming off the back of that, like they've already managed to conquer those 49 points in the space of 3 games out of the 12. So it's really impressive to see the adjustments made. coming into the survival stage, and I think Ula managed to put their best foot forward, but they kind of tapered off a little bit. But the team to focus on right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation. They're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like they keep getting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was causing them issues in the group stage as well. So Neptura, I think that Alpha 7 need to step it up a gear, or at least move with some sort of confidence.
I agree, and I also want to point out Fury as well as another team that I want to see step up a little bit. They're doing better, but it's just not the same. That it was a very weird push around from Silence to be coming over into that vehicle, moving away from his team just as they're getting pushed, then trying to come back for a distraction thing, but really the better option would have been an off-angle.
Predict गरेको हेर्दा yes
off-angle play.
राम्रो जोनमा थियो त्यही भएर प्रेडिक्ट हानेको
He kind of abandoned them. That's what it felt like.
तिनीहरुले जोन पाए नि त छोड्दैन हो एनएसले त राम्रो खेल्छ नि
to actually help them, not hinder them.
I gotta say though, looking at the end of this game, especially with the replay, it's
लाउनु मेरो तर्फबाट thank you यार
vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they tried to leave their own compound again, that they've had pretty much
ओहो
so 7-1
टिएन वाले पॉइंट तानेन नि
very excited to see if they can do more in the next coming games.
Yes, we're looking at the overall ranking right now. You can see Tiamba with the performance that they had earlier, continuing on at the top there. Nongshim Red Force with that win, they do end up jumping up, but a team that I'm happy to see here, two teams actually, Max, that I'm happy to see here is none other than Furia and RRQ.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. RRQ in particular, a team that can be very topsy-turvy. Here, the entry point to the eastern side, it was very easy for them to hold it because no one even tried to contest it away from them the entire time, but their third party on the likes of Furia, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7 was absolutely beautiful. Then the circle had a different plan in mind, which is forcing them downhill, which as we saw there, it's really hard for them to make it work out. So overall, very happy with them. And
sorry.
in particular, I need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some. RRQ actually, they ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them. And I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool chat. How's your day going? Pew, pew. Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
गेम लगातार टिएन वाले दुस्नु हान्ने त्यो पछि हानेन नि त
is GOAT team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, Barney, agreed, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it. Barney, I think you have something to do after this one, so... Oh, and he's gone. Well, thanks for joining us, Barney. Hopefully you have fun at this stage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the, what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu, you want to do? Like you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that for the PUBG Mobile guy.
Sorry.
Right now.
Shadow clone jutsu.
Any teams that have surprised you today, Neptura, besides the obvious ones?
For me, Yangon. The Yangon are back to their day one of the group stage that we saw. I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games, we have seen that return after their second day where they just were non-existent again. Really liked how they played the southeast side there,
Japan. Thank you, Black Bro. Thank you so much.
Cloud moving over to, who was it? Who was going over there? The EA GOAT fight off onto the western side. He was monitoring that fight, regrouping, trying to make a push happen. So very, very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile eSports global events. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But generally, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGC season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle.
It's
not a compound. They're just going to get decimated right away, and Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially when they're able to play edge, they are going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now,
कति बोलेको यार
able to play how we've seen them in the past is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here. Is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up, or you're going to go out.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day one survival stage.
Thank you, man. Number 5, brother. Best wishes for you. Thank you, yaar.
So we're just going to send it over to Barney and Looty. I'm out of here.
Looty. Back we are. The survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
I mean, just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum. That's interesting. Okay. Looty, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean,
आदिपुरले अघि आफ्नै खर्चमा गएको भने छ त के हो त्यो कुरा चाहिँ यस्तो हो किनकि एसियन गेम्सको लागि त अब अरु कन्ट्रीमा अब प्लेयरहरुलाई प्रिपेयर गर्नलाई बुट क्याम्प राख्दिन्छ गेम अनि प्लेयरहरुलाई दिनको बोनस दिन्छ यान त्यान गर्छ नि त तर हामीले त केही नलिखन यतिकै क्वालिफायर्स खेल्न गएको हो नि त त्यो भनेको आफ्नै खर्चमा भनेको प्लेन टिकट ट्रान्सपोर्टेसन त त्यो पबजीले हाल्दिहाल्छ कि तर अरु दिल्ली खर्च भन्नाले किनकि एसियन गेम्स खेल्न जाने प्लेयरहरुले त आउँछ नि त दिल्ली बोनस
There we are.
उनीहरुलाई प्रिपेयर गर्नलाई यही ठाउँमा फेरि इन्टरभ्यु दिएको हेर्न सडेला ब्रदरलाई के छ त
You know what I'm talking about?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know, because they are dominating the lobby. It's about time, man. I mean, Tianbo was a team I had going into this one, automatic lock to the finals. To even see them here in the survival stage has been pretty wild to me. But it's about time we see them make it happen here.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I think for Tianbo, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to.
DRS मा त्यस्तो थियो रे DRS मा भन्दाखेरि
Right now, QZ's kind of feeling it. So is me.
थिएन नि त्यति बेला पनि
was rightly highlighting him.
पछि चाहिँ हामीलाई बरु अलिकति पैसा चाहिँ दिएको थियो.
Hitting up Erangel. We are over from that eastern side down towards the south and over up north. It's a little
सब इन्डिभिजुअल प्लेयरलाई अलिअलि पैसा चाहिँ दिएको थियो.
We have had pretty much disgusting playing paths followed by disgusting circles the entirety of EWC 2026.
घुम्दिरा हो
हुन्छ
जे नि घुम्दिरा त यार
PMWC. So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones. It's top 6 that
You know,
move on. Everybody else is
as
going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be GOAT with 22 points. It's going to be really up to these teams down below.
अनि के छ हालको सब्टिक छ यस्तो इक्सन नेसले अनि गर्नुपर्छ प्लेयरको फ्युचरसँग खै के भन्नु यार
We're kind of looking at 85
कहिले
points but I think for what we saw going into top 5 in what was a pretty tough group, we were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over at the top side in Vitality though, so maybe 85 to 90 points overall for 6th, and it goes up from there.
मङ्गोलियन कुन गेमको लागि गएको मङ्गोलिया त हामी यतिकै त्यो एउटा के पो गेम थियो त्यसको लागि लोकल गेमको लागि हामीलाई बोलाएको थियो उता अर्गनाइजरले त्यही भएर गएको ट्रिक्स फाइनल त खेल्नु हुन्छ होला अनि ट्रिक्स खेल्छ होला फाइनल यार
They can get right now. He's fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get very looted very quickly. Then it's a case of just figuring your way out over towards that western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do need to talk about. RQ, for instance. Goodness me.
Brother, के पर्यो भने
massively loud in these games.
Okay, so the black brother. Thank you, yaar.
These end game circles. Nothing insane just yet, but I think for RQ this feels like a much more comfortable ride. You know, we got the suspension.
HLX drop, Milda Power, Container, Georgia Pool, Stelberg, MSK.
You know what? We're going We don't need roads.
Yes, brother.
Already getting in the glider off the rip here. He's going to be keeping an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that Ninetales Fury Og. You definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone. And you can see Yasser. He said, okay, I got the glider, I got my Murano. We are ready to go here.
Yeah, no
tricks उतै छ यार ट्रिक्स आछ नि यार
if you can it's going to be a little bit late for it.
A7 को
खेल्न टाढा थियो हल्का
Severny
A7 को अब यस्तै छ गाह्रै पर्छ नि सधैँ खतरा खेल्न त
they do have to shove through quite a few teams that have layered themselves.
कति खतरा खेलोस् 4-5 वर्ष त खेलिसके त खतरा यार.
That's Yasnaya. Beyond is Yasnaya.
That is
South George, yeah.
Everybody knows
that's
that.
a classic.
So, I mean, this is kind of a... It's good to see a more normal-ish circle here. About time.
Well, actually,
you know?
Yeah,
it's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. And now it's time for, to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch-up here, because Rondo has just been proving that map that it's just such a wild card for all these squads. We saw a 39-point game for E-Arena in just one single one. So, yeah, teams at the bottom could have a crazy pop-off match, but a team at the top can do it as well. So, I think if you have the opportunity, like a normal circle here, you got to take advantage of it.
You do. I think right now is an easy time to be going for something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan, which is totally understandable. It's understandable. It's totally understandable. There has been some, let's say, minor mistakes.
हजुरले किकमा लाइभ गर्नबाट त्यसमा अर्निङ राम्रो हुन्छ अरे सुनेको थिए लाइकको थ्रु ओके छ त
Those kind of circles, if you're
गरमला नि
don't have that
आएर स्ट्रिमै हान्दिमला नि के छ र
how to play that at a lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they got pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening over the next couple of days, because this is a big chance for them.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize these opportunities here. You're not given them very often. And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we've seen some miracles happen in the past, but with how consistent this lobby is already kind of showing, because, that was the problem when I saw the list for the survival stage. I was looking at some of these teammates, and I was like, this is a problem, right?
We'll try our best.
Our previous champions here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions.
अकाउन्ट खोल्दै गर्नु फलो गर्नु पर्यो हजुरलाई रे ओके छ त
like Champ City. You got Tianba who almost won PMMI, and so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip here at this stage. And that Wolves play in the group stage of accidentally hitting that rock.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
That broke my heart. I mean, thank goodness Baton hit the most ridiculous, head pan shot out of a vehicle I have ever seen. To
it's like minus 1,000 R and then plus 1,001.
Literally, it's evened out, but it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think definitely. I will say, honestly, Elementrix has been impressing me. There's been some good moments. I think if Wolves take anything away from this event, it's definitely team cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually, but we don't see these work together massively well.
17 छैन मसँग
I still
दुईटा
think they should be very, very proud to be getting through to survival stage though, because this is a really tough moment. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions survival stage. Very cool, by the way. But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane over towards groups, some teams were able to get in that maybe wouldn't have been able to before, but you could look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of deserved wins, honestly. I think it was just hard. It's a very, very competitive current lobby at the moment. This is a very fun survival stage. It doesn't feel like we're really just calling the necessary amount of teams. It's like we're going to say some teams that through the finals. We still got one more day left though. Okay, I don't have to shed any tears just yet.
Yeah, one more day is definitely a good opportunity for these teams to get it done. And it's so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it why we see so many monster squads in this lobby is because in the group stage, good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild. I mean, team vitality on day one.
Predict PMWC top 3.
Vitality.
PMWC top 3.
Insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, "Hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance?" And the answer was always, "What the?" And then you just fill in the blank. You know?
Yeah, bro.
100%. It was
just
shock and
DRS,
awe. Like I don't even know what to even say to it. And I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of the things where there isn't much to say. It's like it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right, because it's just a case of you guys played out your minds. When we see you winning, we're just happy. Yeah, it sucks that we're going to struggle to make our way in now, but goodness me, you guys definitely deserve it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight, knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border. Because I believe we were able to break out of that 3-digit boundary, get up there. But yeah, everyone else was struggling.
सब राम्रो छ हौ कुको हुन्छ हौ थाहा छैन
गोटलाई फेरि जोन छ त न
E arena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like that's like probably.
गोट त सपोर्ट त हो कि तर गोटले चाहिँ के हान्न सक्छ यो गेम है जो गोटहरु सन्की भइसके
How do you break a record like
दादा फेरि चुज गरौँ तर कसको धेरै पोइन्ट आउने ल यसमा ल ल
कसको टिमको
कुन चाहिँ धेरै टिमको पोइन्ट धेरै आउने ल
म 10 मा लिन्छु ल म 10 मा ल
ल म चाहिँ गोट
म फुरिया
म गोट ल
फुरिया
रुजु लिग ल
मेरो पालो एनएस
NS?
Totally makes sense. When you get the circle towards the south side, there's a
nice
lot of
shot.
Best player from Indonesia, Rosemary or
John Laliga.
म लिन्छ त फ्युरी अघि फ्युरी पनि लिन्छ त हैन
फ्युरी
Rosemary. EA.
तपाईं थाहै छैन को खेल रहेछ
NS
NS लिसक्यो मुझे और लिग न
तपाईले त अहिले रनमा हिटमा छ अहिले यस्तै परे म त ब्राजिललाई सपोर्ट गर्छु नि दादा भन्नुहुन्छ
E7 ल दादा E7 ओभरअल
ब्राजिल भनेको मुझे E7 ले लिहाल्यो
लिहाल्यो
केरा क्लियरली हैन केही छैन एनएस ले हान्छ
मेरो त 3 किल हान्छ सत्यन वाला प्ले है
दादाले त्यो किल उड्दा उड्दै लिदै थियो त्यहाँ देखेर
हैन टपमा भेएर भाल्दा कस्तो बाटो
अब त्यहाँमा मर्छ के दादा चिन्ता नगर्नु तीन जना त रहेछ
हेलो डेल्टा हेलो के म्याचमा र्याङ्क कति थियो रे कसको थाहा छैन यार याद छैन
टिम त हाने
के खबर सब ठीक छ यार
पाउँछ दादा अलि गर्नुस् त
हैन गर्दिन 10 मा उको चाइनिज टिम हैन चाइनिज टिममा पर हान्छ अहिले रोकन अहिले रनमा
finally a like normalish zone, right? It's like
I want the best spot.
Yeah,
I want the best spot right now.
Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
Yeah, you sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this.
हजुर यो हाम्रो नेपाली कास्टरहरुलाई
आइएम को या फोन यस आइएम हेलो मिस्टर मिडु
म कति ठ्याक्कै एक्ज्याक्टली भन्दै तर पहिला भन्दा वाइडले घटेछ आजकल
हो र झन् EWC पनि घटेछ झन् दिनु पर्ने होला नेपालले
सबै घटेछ नि
EA को स्पिड हेर न गाइस त्यहाँ
I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side.
PUBG को बजेट घटेछ रे दादा हैन
रे PUBG को बजेट घटेको हो के यसको मात्र हैन
You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. Got Alpha 7 there on that.
लिली त्यो गर्ली सेभ्स गर्ली मरेको यो मर्छ जस्तो हो युएलएफ आयो
ट्राई गरौँ त ल कमेन्ट्री गर्दै गेम
आएन
टच मान्छे भाग्छ अहिले भएको मान्छे नि
You know, when I see EWC, you know what it reminds me of, like? What? It reminds me of like those days when you were doing your homework, preparing for a test.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the test happens, and it's like nothing you studied for.
Yeah, they switched out the papers. Yeah, that's the worst.
You're like,
that is the worst.
I spent hours studying
certain
maps, certain these little areas,
and
then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know. Something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were we had these. I was able to revise. I'm good to go. So a lot of teams are ready to send in them towards here. A lot of teams trying to avoid Pochinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeastern side. Just because no one really wants to send towards Pochinki too early on. You get trapped out there. Very bad time trying to leave. You can play the roof.
टिकटकबाट हेरौँ कि युट्युबबाट हेरौँ ब्रदर हजुरलाई जहाँ हेर्नु मन छ त्यही हेर्नुहोस् ब्रदर ब्रो यताउताले जोइन गरेको टिम खै युरोप सर्भरको
इन्टेन्सन नभने के इंग्ल्यान्ड भर्सेस फ्रान्स जस्तो भयो त
डेढ भाइ एचएलएक्स को पीएमएनसी को लाइनअप म प्रिसियस रिक
थर्ड पोजिसन लागि के
सिट भाइ
अन्दै हिसाब बुझियो के हालेछ
दादाले इन्डिया बुझ्यो होला हैन
दादा फेरि दिल से गड लाइक भन्नु दबायो भने
a little bit of a tricky rotation from that south side because they need to move up the
field. Fearless है केटा
म पनि छु दिल से गड लाइक भन्नुलाई रन मात्रै गाली गरेको स्प्यामै हान्यो अनि गाली गर्दा गर्दै मलाई त गिद्दी भयो त नि इन्स्टाग्राममा
अब डाउन भयो नि त दादा
किन राउन्डमा रन मात्रै छ
मजा आउँछ नि फाइनल दादा इन्डिया नेपाल पाकिस्तान अनि
त्यसपछि कस्तो क्लिप आउँछ होला त मैले कस्तो कुरा गर्छु होला त मैले त्यसपछि 3 दिन त मैले एउटा परस रनमा आएको छोरीहरु
घुम्यो
लास्ट सर्कल एउटा इन्डियन एउटा नेपाली इन्टेन्स
किन घुमिरहेछ
तपाईहरु नेपालीले चिकन ल्याउँदा कत्रो बच्छु होला त
ल घुमिरहेछ यार स्ट्रिम सिट पहिला कुन टिममा थियो सिट भाइ क्लासिक प्लेयर थियो होला हो पहिला यार त्यस्तो कम्पी प्लेयर हैन के भाइ भाइ यसो एनसीसी खेली चाहिँ राखेको हो
especially Miramar a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out. We do get a northern shift on this one.
It's 7.
Alpha 7's not in a terrible control
oh 18 bala
of that northern side.
18 ba
center ma ho dada
one trying to hold out teams trying to
ata
3 jana ho
but yeah I don't think
tane yo game चाहिँ लस्ट वाले
Alpha 7
just dry pushing no smoke nothing
YG la wipe pane
felt like a bit of a desperation move so we'll wait and see again as we know
कस्तो जोतको ठाउँमा छ के राम्रो भन्नु हो
कोचिङी
थिएन बा यस्तो हेर्छु त मा बिर्सिरहेको कुन ठाउँ के भनेर मलाई त एकछिन
It's pretty wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do with what you know.
लार गन्दुक पि यहाँ साइडर बस
घुमेको यार
Ahead by 100 points. Then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now it's just making
कोयो
you got Fudia, Nongshim Red Force as well, looking for a spot in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here.
English फिट नि अड्किन थाल्यो यार
इन्डियाको टिम परफर्मेन्स कस्तो लाग्यो राम्रो खेल्यो त सन्देशसँग कन्ट्याक्ट छैन ब्रो गडाले त 40 लाई त
मेरो टिम गडा
खै जेसुकै गरोस् यार यसैमा केही भन्न मिल्दैन
That's why the gout
geeko ni
so for them they're like okay there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pochinki here or at least trying to wrap around
अब यो क्लीन फिट पनि अड्किन थाल्यो यार
southwest side which is currently RQ and this engagement right here which is going to
Oi, good.
Right now though,
go.
Last one. Do some good works.
Easy, boy.
RQ out. Now this is the man to be worried about. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
La मुझे नहीं
यो त अलि अगाडि छ के हामीलाई ढिलो भयो
ला कति सेकेन्ड भयो
मर्यो गोट
19 18 17 16 14 15 14
किल फिट दामी पढ्यो यार EA ले
11 10 अनि मरिगयो नि अझ गोट त 2 पोइन्ट
ए आयो त आज 2 पोइन्टमा चाहिँ अब बाइ बाइ है
3 पोइन्ट
अब इज दादाको 3 पोइन्टमा टिमै वाइप भयो मेरो त 3 पोइन्ट त 3 जना हुँदै छ नि
इजी एन्ड इजी त्यसलाई
Great read from E Arena, honestly, moving in over towards this one.
आयो दाबडा
Knows they need
यो त
points right
त्यस्तै
now.
छ
दामी हो दामी
Nade as well around the corner. Try to make it as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this.
ठिक छ 3 पोइन्ट छ मेरो अरूले पनि कटाउनु पर्यो 3 पोइन्ट
You do have to.
दा मेरो 3 पोइन्ट अलरेडी छ हेर्नु नि त
ठिक छ तपाईँ कट्नु भयो अरूको कटाउ न
They have so
Wait,
much
sorry,
space.
see.
NS
So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a
दामी खेल्थ्यो
कस्तो झ्याउ लाग्दो
कस्तो खतरा किल फिट पढेर गएको यार EA
moment. This is beautiful stuff for them.
किल चोर बरु नाइस हाम्रो पनि किल चोर त भाइ ए वुल्फ्स
And it's good.
नाइस उडा किल उडा
एउटा बाँकी भयो दुईटा न
मै बाँकी हुँदिन जस्तो छु
Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish. Beautiful Molotov.
EA को चिकन भइसक्यो हो फिक्स
AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad and they got to
अन्त साले कुन दिनबाट खेल्छ थाहा छैन यार
Coming from XZ as well as Flower.
तपाईँ चाहिँ किन नबल्नु भएको यसै
डेल्टाले लेको डेल्टा रन माथि चिट गोल्यो
झेली भयो यो त मैले हेर्नै पाएन
त्यही त यार हामी त वाइप भयो सारले 3 किलो हारे नि
त्यसैले त चिकन डिनरै खान्छ जस्तो छ सकेर हेर्दा
तपाईँ खुसी हेर त्यहाँ म्याच कस्तो हार्सिट आइदिएको फेरि माथि
मिसन हुनुपर्ने क्या मिसन या चिकनको यहाँ मैले कत्रो पैसा उठाउँथेँ होला त डेल्टा पोखराबाट हो अरे होइन यार सन्देश कुन टिमबाट खेल्छ थाहा छैन यार
मेरो त अड्किरा छ हौ
बुबुल कास्टर कहाँ गयो र बुबुल दाइले कास्टिङ गर्न छोडिसक्यो यार गाइस स्ट्रीम लाइक हानम गाइस स्ट्रीम लाइक हानम सब्स्क्राइब हानम च्यानललाई
गुड नाइट हुन्छ जस्तो छ यार यस्तो तारान त
Alpha 7 though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side, they control half the circle here, Dukes.
NC को गेम 22 अगस्तबाट
They were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They're very hesitant in their approach there. They seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here from one of the
अर्कै छ हौ स्ट्रीम आज यार
see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they have information, they should be good because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is. And Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're going to go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Fudia on the drive. Full squad in the vehicle, moving up little by little. KRX is
के गरे बे फ्युरियर
ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट रङ्गशालाको छेउमा छ त कबडल सानो त्यहाँ हो यार एनसी को
Yeah, Tiamba know the position they're in. They want to clear as much as possible.
कस्तो साउन्ड डिले आयो नि यो त्यो
चाइनिज टिमको खै पहिला जस्तो गेमै आएन ग्लोबलमा यार
जन्तु फ्युरीले त
छ ओके छ त
फ्युरी गयो
कसले हान्छ चिकन द अल्फा सेनले हान्छ क्या
भनेपछि म माथि नै छु म कति
हामी हेर्न आउँछु ब्रदर ओके छ त
सुरुमा मरेर पनि
S7 ले त के रे रिभाइभ पनि गर्नु भयो साथीलाई
KRX को गेम के भएको खै
अनि Alpha 7 को comeback.
They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is
किलर सँग लाइभ बस्न रे किलर लाइभ त छैन होला किलरले त यतिकै स्ट्रिम म त रिस्ट्रिम हाने होला नि हैन वाच पार्टी गरेर
त्यो कति दिन आउँदैन त 8 किल त अनि
EA पनि छ त
EA रहेछ है
लाइनमा छ
सोल कतिवटा टिम जान्छ फाइनल टप 6 ब्रदर
Alpha 7 though continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that.
Alpha 7 ले नि हान्न थाल्यो 10 वाले पॉइंट ताने ताने छ अब यही पॉइन्टले 10 वाला पुराइन्छ के भोलि राम्रो खेलेन भने
A7 कहाँ माथि आइसक्यो A7 पनि
Pretty much, yeah, very old school.
KRX अब घरतिर रे के त कमब्याक हान्छ कि एउटा भेन्यूमा फोटो दिएन भने ओके ओके दिन्छु यार ब्रदर डोन्ट माइन्ड रे ओए भेट्यो यार मरे यार यो जोकर कहाँ मर्दैछ यार
फोटो पोइन्ट चाहिँ कति हो त यो स्टेजको मेबी 60 70 अब अड्की यसमा पनि नेपालीमा पनि
गेटै खेल्छ कि नै PMWC फाइनल थाहा छैन यार रेडलाई किन यस्तो ह्यान्डसम के छ यार G9 दोस्त कहाँबाट आयो
Starting to look over at the util right now. Rebel, I think it's on with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for A7.
A7 ले हान्छ जस्तो छ औ अब त मरिहाल्यो EA.
Solid here. We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
YG भनेको कि OG भनेको त्यो ऑडियन्सले
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock it.
मान्छे GF चाहिँ कतिवटा छ एउटा मात्र छ यार भेट्यो
Devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards a player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding off this north side, not allowing the wraps come through because you're waiting for Geek as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And that knock was perfect timing because it wasn't.
रुल्स हो क्या अब HLX IGL रे
गेम त सबै E7 को हो के रे
रुल्स रिटायर भइसक्यो गाइस
तर येला सकोनै पर्छ
This zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious at the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave.
Match 3 कस्तो चिकन हाने रे म्याच 3 भनेको अघि गेम हैन
is currently just trying to lock down the arena's approach. Which I think is smart.
Tianba अनि त्यसपछि कोरे
Revo definitely the guy you want on the swivel.
अनि हेर
He
म्याच
is
चिकन बिर्स्या
locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow Geek down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Rebel's
he
has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ.
NS ले हानेको नि
Right now is just me not getting
मैले NS चुज गरेको यार
apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out because if Rebel gets knocked here,
तपाईले कमेन्टको रिप्लाई गर्दा लास्ट खुसी लाग्छ रे भरा डेल्टाको रुटिन चाहिँ के छ आजकल केही छैन यार
Well, when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? That around that rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future.
NS plan हो yes NS ले धेरै भयो जस्तो छ मेमोरी लस रे बिर्से के मर्नी भयो
Sal getting a little antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to get knocked.
6 नेट छ यसले मार्यो एक्लैले भ्याइदिन्छ हो
We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E Arena have already because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle.
अब यसले सकाइदिन्छ हेर है
He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little.
नेटले सकाउनु पर्ने हो त्यसले
So yeah, E Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag, but if Tony K goes down first, I mean that's a lot of util just out the window. QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I mean, I like this from Tony K, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schwartz.
Ooh!
Good shot over towards Eagle.
Aha!
QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
Vehicles really protecting the side arena. That would hurt though.
Wipe.
That is going to be Schweppes done and
Wipe by
done.
9.
Tony K is the one up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ.
1v1
Shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Tony K with the laydown.
पड्काए
Up here, and that short
खेल्न सक्यो जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई
किन गएको यो जम्प हानेर
सकिसक्यो
जम्प नहानेको मार्थे
Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shotgun. Something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side.
Geeky पनि छ यार ला Geeky ले
वाइप हान्थ्यो
ला
Took advantage of that. Will swing around the side.
टन्न गीकले हान्यो
What was that?
A7 ले हान्दिए
काय छ भने Geeky ले हान्छ अब Geeky ले मारिसक्यो कति टाइममा खादियो बरु
प्रो पारी इन्डिया टिमले जित्यो भने तिम्रो रियाक्सन कस्तो हुन्छ है कस्तो नि हुन्न हो
पछाडी सम्झछ
Geeky ले खायो यार
यो त पछाडी छम नि
दुईटा फेरि डिआरएस मा आउनु पर्यो ओके छ त
दुईटा नक निकाल्दै त
आइहाल्छ नि लाइक हानम गाइस स्ट्रिमलाई लाइक हानम गीकले हान्दियो लाइक हानम गाइस म पिस हान्न आउँछु यार लाइक हानम स्ट्रिमलाई
GK played that game crazily, honestly, towards that end game. I respected the aggression.
What happened? I mean, how do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag. It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous PMGC champions. At a certain point, we got to hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
I mean, for Tiamba, it's an awkward one, right?
Most
the players are further behind the tree line. They get the first couple of knocks here. It's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit closer, might have been a different story. But yeah, for Alpha 7, the game just kind of fell apart almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they play it how they should do up until that final moment. Again, I think right now at PMWC and EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean, they needed to get angry, but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild to see.
Go. I'm nading. I don't have car. I'm nading them. I will go there. Go, guys. Go close. Oh, there are locks here. Go close. One behind the rock, us. Nice boy!
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all. And that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish. And GK said, you know what? We know how to get it done.
I think we saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Creo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and Geeky there is Geeky's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against Geeky, they were already living on massive high, flew around the side, just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy, is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team, deserves all the love he gets, honestly, but there's no one in survival stage right now, there's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on him because
They got a second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen.
Also 2 games yaar guys yaar.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. Like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalaris ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into. I think it was maybe a top 4 they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalaris to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to, as you say, Blank, here for all of this. So let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for Survival Stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Furia. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do Survival Stage. Vocês estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We are very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre a queda de Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk.
Algum time já se predict.
Esse jogo foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para
उठेर हेर मुलाएर के हेर्नु छ र यहाँ केही छैन हेर्नलाई त
A Cal foi travar as costas e
Hello bro, do you remember me रे खै
para ter uma progressão para frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call out was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
이제 엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서는 좀 어떤 거를 중점으로 좀 개선을 하려고 노력하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 사실 뭐 연초부터 WC 직전까지 연습했던 게 결국 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데
그거라고 매치 14th
교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고 그게 피드백이 돼서 이제 그룹 이거 서바이벌 스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어 나가려고 하고 있습니다.
Well, from the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC coming here, it was just to take their spots from the gunfights, or we have a grand scale of turnaround, and then maybe we can take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside a circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on our gunfight, what we have practiced, and we try to show our plays, what we have prepared for.
Well, map 3 has been particularly good for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about map 2 and map 4.
Clan man, मलाई bro रे मै त छैन clan man.
On both occasions, rotating through the south side of the circle, and on both occasions tried to kind of clear out the teams that are on that south side, like Furia,
brother.
And you kind of failed to capitalize on that.
यस्तो रहेछ.
Just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that, with a potential win?
사실 이 매치 다매치
게임 스타트 안 나요.
교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명해 주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 그룹 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing.
Next time sure है bro. Okay brother. छिराउन मिल्छ होला नि मै छुइनँ के brother clan मा यार. अहिले कोही आयो भने clan को मान्छे chat मा अनि भन्नुला नि ल.
Now go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
सुरु गरौँ. टिकटक काम छैन यार जहिले सस्पेन्ड हान्दिन्छ यार गिफ्ट यार टिकटकमा मैले स्ट्रिम इन हान्दै गाइस
Congratulations, Geeky, you got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to PMWC at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh! Looking fresh, Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura
crazy
is supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
Hello Delta KSN final जाला खै जाला कि
fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki and they go, "Ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side." So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position not only in the zone but in comparison to where the
bro, you look like BTS Jungkook, so handsome. La.
All battling each other, and for the
okay, brother.
A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto GK. But then Alpha 7 were a little slow heading on and up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain, a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through. But I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that GK is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EARE and Tiamat.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way, Alpha 7, to third party this because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point.
Delta modeling ma jani bhayo la big fan dai thank you yaar naam pani HLX Delta cha ta yaar Delta ko bale MVP bhaka heर्न मन छ है okay cha ta brother.
Honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server, and that's kind of what you need. But I think Alpha 7 7 as much as they're pivoting
Where do you stay in Nepal?
the groups and how they're starting
Nepal,
to play. Just doesn't feel any
Kathmandu.
easier, bro. Like something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going
KDM, bro. KDM West.
We got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well, and this is a team honestly that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tiaba on their left-hand side there.
Bro, full support, so big fan. Thank you, Ad.
Nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle.
KTM where? KTM 2 kha?
I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what
पुरै
we
त्यो
saw in the
ट्वीट्स
group
को
stages.
कमेन्ट
This
आइरा
is
रहेछ
not what
यार
we saw
गएर
from
ट्वीट्स मा कमेन्ट
international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say
यो ला PUBG प्लेयर नभएको भए के हुन्थ्यो है
Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to
हुन्थ्यो
say
पढिरहन्थ्यो होला नि
he was the one on the south
पढेर
side
के
to push
काम
forward
हानिरहन्थ्यो
when
होला
EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He
Bro,
was the
come
one
to
push forward
Pokhara,
and
we
get that
meet you.
info and
Okay.
facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. They ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo.
Asian Games
But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency.
Asian Games मा अब हाम्रो यता नेपालको साइडबाट नाम पठाएन
This is also where we're getting towards the tail end of the day.
प्लेयर
Teams
त्यही भएर
that for my money, you get to Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like later rotates, they perform better on that battleground for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, GK, Tian, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there.
Because my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations. Later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Reinforced, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16, E-Arena 13 and
61.
They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, Go definitely need to take a page out of their book.
Eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in.
Serious भन्दा नि गेम चाहिँ टक्क तिनीहरुको अलिकति बुझेन आज दिन पनि बल्यो गेम पनि टक्क बिगारेन ठिक्क मिलाएर खेल्यो
Please do it. And here as we're looking at the second page of the overall.
Serious त यहाँ serious हुनुको त पुरै हैन serious त सबै टिम हुन्छ ब्रदर यार.
This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm avoiding some of those teams in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case because we are past that.
नोबाले PMGC जित्दा खै
PMWC at EWC 26.
नोबाले PMGC जित्दा खै त
We have 2 more games for day 1.
कम्पिटिटिभ नि खेला थिएन होला हौ मैले
What's going to be happening in Miramar before we go to Miramar though?
गेम चाहिँ हेरेर बस्थ्यो
To Colaris and Maxman went away from us.
What a delightful treat here.
2 दिन हो सर्भाइभल स्टेज पहिला म पनि म डेन्जर त्यसरी नै लाइभ स्ट्रिम हेर्ने अरूको गेम हेर्ने त्यस्तै त हुन्थ्यो नि यो जुदाइको स्ट्रिम हेरिन्थ्यो
right? Because here in the survival
Jonathan
stage,
Scout को यस्तो हेर्थे
previous PMGC champion, there's been some glimmers
जहिले बेलुका भएपछि त्यो बिहान 6-7 बजेपछि लाइभ आउँथ्यो तिनीहरू अनि लाइभ हेरेर बसिरहन्थ्यो जहिले रियल नेम दिपेश गुरुङ हो यार मेरो
They had some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first wrangle, only 2 points on those 2 maps combined, so definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. But I was just talking to Revo actually just a few minutes ago, and we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play rondo, right? Nuth is like a rondo player, and also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get
म फिल्म बनाउँदै छु हिरो तिमीलाई ल फिल्म बनाउनु त पहिला
so I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board, so Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gun power, the play, the potential to get big Elim games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above...
सुरु गर्न हो गेम पनि सुरु गर्दैन
When I say above, I mean verticality-wise. It was south. But there, you're eventually
20 मिनेट भइसक्यो ल ब्रेक पनि
down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's
नेक्स्ट ईशान खड्का
but it's just being there to
फुटबल प्लेयर नि हो नि म
the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win, but yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions, so for all of these, like the Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
Let's get it going here. We are now headed into the sunny, sandy deserts of Miramar. Erangel is done. Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a
जियो गेसर खेल्न खाना खाँदै छु यार लभ फ्रम स्टार एनोनमस लभ फ्रम पाकिस्तान थ्यांक यू ब्रदर थ्यांक यू भाइजान थ्यांक यू सो मच
to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tiamba is looking really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by, because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before. It was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in.
मेरो आइडल मेसी हो ब्रदर मेसी यार.
Potentially, if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tiamba, it is roughly another 20 points here, 19 realistically of the.
मासु खाँदै हो रे अन्डा गरे यार.
Very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tiamba. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make it very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geeke, they launch themselves up towards second place. What I will say for Tiamba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind Geeke in second place. That's 7th right now at RQ. There's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tiamba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot here. This playing path is very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, baby!
पारी गइदैन झन् कस्तो मजा आउँथ्यो.
Give me the island. Give me the island. Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Impala, to Puerto Rico. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards the northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming on through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head far to the eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
Hello guys.
I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapons
Hello.
in the game. You can see
गयो डेल्टा रन माथि 600 मात्र फोटो हालेर बस्छ यार
यस्तै हो त नि
लास्टै बक्स भइसक्यो रहेछ यार पहिला बा सोझो लाग्थ्यो यार हेर न फोनमै छ अझै बस पार्टी छोडेर
भात खाँदैछु मान्छे यार
के Milk.
Some of these teams and players need to get gone pretty quickly here.
DK छैन जादैन
timing rules timing
57 56 55 54 53 52 51 50
a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes
42 आएन भने
to the legacy of Alpha 7.
Bye 40
bye
9
bye
Final just yet. And losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game. And it could happen here and now.
बेलुका के खेल्नु पर्ने हो त नि
खै पहला सोध्छु यहाँ छ कि छैन
ल
अडिसन हुँदैछ यहाँ एकटा सुन्दैछ हो एकटा हो एचएलएक्स बाट रुल्स को अडिसन हुँदैछ
ए
It boiled down to us saying,
को अरे एचएलएक्स को आईजीएल
you guys are aggressive, you're a strong team,
Rig.
great team.
Rig.
Let's just see that. Let's go back to
former T2K IGL.
what we know they can do.
Former T2K IGL. Former T2K
At
IGL.
the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by much more teams
Replace
on
Anthony
our
Rig
map
like?
right now as they do slip on through. We've got QZ with some
रोसिलो कसले 1 लाख दिएर बोलायो भने आउँछ
lost Leonis likely going to be
आइहाल्छ नि
their way over to the east.
आइहाल्छ नि
ल 50000 1000 मानिन्न
50 त यतिकै हान्छ अरे हो ओजीले 60 70 त अहिले यतिकै दिइरह्यो T2K ले
आएर मेहनत हान्दिहाल्छु नि 1 लाख दियो भने त डबल
भनेपछि पैसाले मेहनत हान्दैछ यतिकै अचिभमेन्टलाई मेहनत नहाने रहेछ हैन त
मैले पहिला नि हान्थे त मेहनत त झन् डबल अरूलाई नि हनाउँछु नि त भन्नु हो कि अब आफू मात्र हान्थे नि त पहिला
त गोड
that last hope to get into that top 6. You want to get those points here now.
Exactly, because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that crusher, because we are going to be getting rid of
tomorrow.
10 teams.
Naam ko matra.
Tossed in there. And again, for 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from groups. But 2 days to do it.
That's right.
Still quite a bit of time to make it work, but it definitely feels like a very big sprint for some squads. Doesn't help when Tiamba slices out so far towards the front of the pack at the moment. That is really, really tough for you because you don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself, and that differentiation has only come through from Tiamba, which is exactly why off one big win, Geeke can be into second place as we head in towards the 5th match. Nongshim Red Force, been fairly pleased with how these guys are playing. Got to speak to some of those guys before. They're very self-critical though, this squad. Very, very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they play.
Survival list is top 6 prediction. Good, EA, NS, Tianba, and Furia.
Top 6 here. They seem to be a very, very dedicated team when it comes to.
एकछिन गएको त 756 आइसकेको रहेछ हम त पर्ने अगर यो लौडीहरु त
भोलि यही आज चिकन मिस गरेको त्यही पोइन्टले धाउदा हुन्छ यिनीहरुलाई
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw them.
मर्यो
Team to smash an international event at PMWC.
बच्यो मा
It was
कसम
Furia that ended up with the most points. But ended
Wait,
up getting
पुस्या
second
न
place
त नि
because Nongshim Red Force won the last game.
ओए
ला भाग्नै पर्यो त्यो अब त त्यो त भाग्नु पर्यो नि
Taking out Aching from Tianba. Now Tianba have had a great day so far. So not crazy amount of worry, but they are.
यसपालि गडलाइको हैन यसपालि त इन्डियनले पनि राम्रो गरे भन्दा म सरप्राइज हुँदैन यार
It's an unfortunate circumstance, but
अब इन्डियाको एरा आउँदैछ कि के थाहा
right?
Hello, hello.
They instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around. It's a really
झुकेर पनि WCC दियो भने त अर्को पालि अझै तीनटा अझै दुईटा आइहाल्यो नि अझै एक्स्ट्रा एउटा भनौँ न अहिलेको लागि
अनि चाइनाबाट घटाउँछ होला है
जताबाट पनि घटाउँछ रनमाथि घटाउनु त हाम्रैबाट लाग्छ लास्टमा
Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
Big fan, thank you.
A lot of these players want to continue to be playing here in
Ambo खेदाउँदै छ त
Mobile World Cup live here in France. You can see Gen Foss RQ.
Slam and do.
Right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination.
Wait, match बोला था.
Confident हेरा त मार्लै जस्तो
मर्यो भने चाहिँ बिल्ला है फेरि पड्क्यो दुईटा पड्क्यो
म्याच तिमीहरु तीनटा गयो सक्यो मुजी
चारजना हान्दियो एकलैले
यस्तै हाने मा 1v4 यस्तै हान्दियो
यही चाहिएको
यिनीहरुलाई त्यही भएर खेदाउँदै थियो यिनीहरु
ल साथीहरु
फर्स्टमा को छ हेर्नु पर्छ तियानमा भनेपछि अलिकति हैन ठीक छ नरराउनु छुटेको कुरा हो यसरी खेदाउनु छुटेको कुरा हो फेरि
बब्बल हान्दियो
ल्याइरहेको थियो पारा ल्याइरहेको थियो अलिअलि गाँड फाड्दिया भाइ
Good job, you. Alright, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh man, devastation on the side of RQ with Tianba.
He looks happy. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's smiling there. He's like, oh, let me go ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now it's time to get back to business. Now we gotta let that heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a first-person replay on this one because goodness me, insane nade. RQ.
समझिहाल्यो के थर्ड को चाहिँ
कस्तो मजाले हाने यार
क्रेजी हान्दिएको
as a two-man, very easy nade. You could see it a mile off. But yeah, wonderful stuff from me, dude. I think the craziest thing
horror game कहिले हो त horror game 14 तारिख देखि
इन्डियामा PUBG ब्यान नभएको भा त अरे त्यो नेपालले अब हल्का हैन धेरै कम चान्स पाउँथ्यो त्यति हो आउन त आउँथ्यो र नेपालीहरु कुनै न कुनै दिन कुनै न कुनै बेला आउँथ्यो तर ढिलो हुन्थ्यो त्यति हो गोल्डन चान्स पाएको नि त्यो बेला त हामीले त वाइल्ड गोल्डन चान्स पाएको नि
There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I get a little superstitious, you know. Yeah. Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're gonna win this, dude. Like,
हजुरको जीसी पछिको बेस्ट मोमेन्ट के गरे भन्नाले लाइक गर्नमा केटा हो स्ट्रिमलाई
I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage. Those big moments because you know if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going.
बेटे ये लेफ्ट लेनी बेटे
Okay, because when RQ was chasing them in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And to be fair, in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like RQ showed them
टप 6 है यहाँबाट फाइनलमा जाने यार
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home, it was crazy. This is a little bit of a background on kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people, I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed and love it, right? And the thing is, some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay? So it's, if you make it, you stay here longer. If not, pack your bags, you're going home the next morning, right? So there's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places.
Snacks with the land देखि watch party रे हो र फाइनल हो र भनेको.
These guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see beauty. Oh, it's some beautiful nades there.
हाम्रो नेपालमा पनि 6 जनाले चान्स त पाउनु पर्ने यार.
Do they run out and make this play though? That's the problem. Is there's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly though. Hoxie gets caught.
Dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later, Hoxie's down. for good at least.
Wait.
YG त खेल्न नसकेको हो कि के हो खेल्नै नसकेको होला नि कहाँ फाल्यो यार अलि यता फाल्न अलि नजिक हाल्थ्यो ओइ ओइ
ओइ हान्दियो त ओइ ओइ ओइ
अब मर्यो क्या अब मर्यो एजी आयो
Wait, फर्ममा आयो त फ्युरिया त
अति हान्यो यार
performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. He was so stoked there.
यसै आयो एजी मर्यो एजी मर्यो नछिरै नछिरै मर्छस् है बाबु चढेकै छैन यार त्यहाँबाट रेबोको
He's the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See, here's him back off the angle. He's still confusing him, dude.
One हान्दैन फेरि one हान्दैन
Good push in.
पड्क्यो
A little bit earlier on. There it is. There's the rebel we know and love.
Wait.
No matter what the
Ball.
Risky play though, by the way. Dude, that's a straight 1v1, dude. Like he gets knocked, he's thirsted immediately. But sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes making those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound.
दुईटा ब्राजिल फर्ममा आए के हो खै आउनु हुनु पायो यार
The reset up in those rooms.
Oh man, the plays are ringing out here. You can see Fudia with a good, solid position in this next zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala.
John NS40. Oh no!
Alright, so Furia locked in the middle.
Furia दामी ठाउँमा.
Furia 10 बार.
खाना खायो डेल्टा खाएको यार.
7 EA को मेनलस.
Gonna have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push
Good
for them.
tempo, NS tempo.
They try and isolate it towards Geek.
अब Geek र YG को पर्छ होला.
This is where they're playing. Yangon and Galactic.
और त
RRQ ले 1v4 नखाए भाइ दामी पोइन्ट तान्ने यार.
Swing round over towards 721 GS. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat though. Goat's currently moving. Tiamba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys they're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks.
कसम खाना खानु भो खाना रे खाएको यार अघि यो गेम भन्दा अगाडि खाएको यार
I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dolphin has taken a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
आज टुर्नामेन्ट छ नि अहिले टुर्नामेन्ट यार.
That Bob Barker ringing out here didn't have a lot of ammunition for it though. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. Just gotta be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You gotta have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
निन्जा गाउँले के छ हो के छ खाना भयो अरे यार को हो निन्जा भाइको साथी हो तिमी डेल्टा नेम चाहिँ कसरी भयो अरे डेल्टा नेम यतिकै राखेको यार मैले डेल्टा यार डेल्टा मैले कहाँबाट राखेको यस्तो हेर्दा नि कस्तो दामी लाग्यो कि नाम पनि डेल्टा डेल्टा भन्दा क्या त्यति बेला ट्याक्क त्यो अस्ट्रेलियन गट ट्यालेन्ट कि केमा त्यो एउटा केटीको नाम पनि डेल्टा थियो क्या केटी सिङ्गरको नाम तर डेल्टा त केटालाई सुहाउने नाम हो अनि ट्याक्क त्यो डेल्टा एयरलाइन के पनि छ नि त अनि त्यही भएर यसो राख्थ्यौँ न त के जान्छ यस्तो नाम राख्थ्यौँ भनेर राखेँ अनि डेल्टा नाम राखेँ त्यत्तिकै अनि त्यो पछि मैले डेल्टा राखेपछि फेरि नाम चेन्ज गरेको थिएँ होइन पब्जीमा अनि फेरि केटाहरूले त्यही पनि माया गेम खेल्दा डेल्टा नै भन्छ नयाँ नाम राखे पनि भनेर अनि ल डेल्टै राख्छु भनेर डेल्टा राखेको
A real unfortunate scenario for them. I was hoping they could go further in this game. For E-Arena, they're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some more points to their tally.
Bro, तिमीलाई इन्डियाको बेस्ट प्लेयर को लाग्छ अल टाइम रे अल टाइम त जोनाथन नै हो नि जोनाथन अन टप
We're looking for those teams
धने चाहिँ किन भनेको रे यता मलाई घरतिर धने भन्छ त्यही भएर
There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the two of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is
त्यो अर्को नाम चाहिँ के थियो अर्को नाम ब्ल्याकबर्ड
off to the very corners.
ब्ल्याकबर्ड थियो किलर पिक थियो के थियो मेरो नाम
Superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu though is really performing so well. You know that's
धेरै धनी भएर त्यस्तो धनी थिएन उ
to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop.
69 किलर पिक थियो मेरो नाम पहिला 10 क्लास पढ्दाखेरि
Honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. Goat going to have to push on up. Young on Galacticos.
DRS मा कसरी जानु भयो रे DRS मा
is imminent.
DRS मा ट्याक्क के रे
Young on Galacticos, they did go for that reset at the moment.
हाम्रो यता WZ नै डिस्पेन्ड भएको थियो अनि DRS मा नि रोस्टर थिएन अनि त्यतिबेलै ल्याएको हामीलाई र दिपेश गुरुङ हो नि यार दोस्त कहाँबाट आयो तिमी आज एकपालि च्याम्पियन भएपछि पनौती लाग्छ के हो रे गाह्रो भइहाल्छ नि हौ टपमा बस्न कहाँ लोकल हो त नि लोकल रे कहाँ रिजनल हो त नि टपमा बसेको गर्नलाई यार ग्लोबलमा त तपाईं एउटा नेम सजेस्ट गरिदिनु ब्रदर म त्यही राख्न पर्यो रे खै के भन्नु यार
Killer Joe said, "Let's go. Let's get out of here right now."
Abhi.
Hoops man with the M249, making it happen.
Abhi.
That suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. It's time for him to start.
अब सेभेनले बो कमब्याक गर्छ जस्तो छ त रे गर्ला नि स्ट्रिमलाई लाइक चाहिँ हानम त केटा हो
721 GS. You can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game for them. They are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now.
फ्यान अफ डेल्टा राख्नु बुरोले ए ल ल फ्युचर प्लान दाइ कहिलेसम्म गेम खेल्ने खै हेरम धेरै त खेल्दिन होला त्यही पनि हेरम सुलुलुलु नेम रे बत्तेर हाने धन्य है भक्कर खाएर बसेको
खै कतिवटा खेल्दै छ
टप 6 प्रेडिक्सन टिएनबा फ्युरिया एनएस ईए अनि गोट
towards the south side. They picked up force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. We'll re-knock him.
तिम्रो जस्तो चियर राम्रो कि गेमिङ चियर कुन्नेहरु गरे यो चियर चाहिँ मैले ट्याक्क अब कस्तो भयो भन्दाखेरि हैन यस्तो भयो तिम्रो गेमिङ चियर लेदरको हुन्छ हैन अनि तिमी लेदरको चियरमा बसेपछि दिनभरि कति गर्मी हुन्छ सोच त खुट्टाभरि पलेटी कसेर बस्यो भने खुट्टाभरि पसिनै पसिना हुन्छ हैन त अनि त्यो लेदरकोमा त अनि हावा पास हुने ठाउँै हुन्न अनि यो चियरमा ट्याक्क हावा पास हुने ठाउँ पनि छ सिटमा त्यस्तो लेदर वाला सीट छैन यसको कम्फर्टेबल छ स्पन्ज वाला के हो यो के मटेरियल हो त्यही भएर म क्वालिटी कसेर नि खेल्दिन म यतिकै चाक मात्र अड्डाउनलाई यो चियर किनेको मैले चाक अड्डाउने अनि यतिकै त खेल्छु खुट्टा यतिकै भुइँमै हुन्छ टेकिरहेको क्वालिटी कस्दिन के भयो यहाँ अब कति खेल्नुहुन्छ खै
ल एनएसवाई ब्रे
for the side of Alpha 7 and Goat as they are going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here as we are in the second
23 21 20 19 18 17
ओ एकैछिन ल यो ट्विच मा त रन म त सिधै वहाँ जाँदो रहेछ यार लाइभ को लाइभमा जाँदो रहेछ यार
13 12
kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing
for 4 3 2 1 0
अझै 4-5 स्पिड होला है खेल्दैन होला त्यत्र त
26 भयो मेरो 226 भएछ भन ल
अब के एनसी त ढुक्क होला
24
ढुक्क होला नि दाइ रे
पस आएर ओइ कहाँबाट सिधै आयो 20 19
हेरम के हुन्छ
16
बाबा
15 कहाँबाट सिधै वहाँ 30 सेकेन्ड कहाँबाट जम्प हानेको
होइन 29 देखि त सुरु भयो नि
एचएलएक्स पछि कुन टिममा जान मन लागेको छ डेल्टाले त्यस्तो कुनै छैन यार मलाई
क्रिएटर हुन्छन् कि के 3-4 हजार वाचिङ लिएर अनि अनलाइन त अनि अति उस फर्ममा छ नि
किन यो यस्तो जोसमा गएको
सबै किक बोलेर आइसक्यो उले अनि यस्तो फर्ममा छ
सँगै पुछानेको भए पनि हुन्थ्यो त
युट्युबमा घटाएर यता ल्याएको छ के 4-4 हजारबाट राखिसकेको छ सोध्नु पर्यो अंशलाई कति कमाउँछ दिने
ओभर रे ओभर
मार्यो
करियर डिसिजन पो हुन्छ त्यो ओए कहाँबाट हान्ने यार
to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Fudia as well.
TN बाट क्वालिफाई भइसक्यो एशियन गेम्समा जान पाएको भए धन्य ब्रोले देखाउँथ्यो 4-5 एशियन गेम्समा जान पाए त खेल्थ्यो हो 4-5 स्प्लिट यार अहिले चाहिँ म्याच छिट्टै बुझेको छैन त्यो कुराले चाहिँ एफ हान्दियो नि त एफ म त अझ यतिकै खेल्न पुगो एड भएको त झन् केटाहरूले पो साइकको हुँदै भयो होला त 3RB को केटाहरू उनीहरूले त क्वालिफाई गरेको नि
बत्ती त लङ गइदियो यार
व्हाट इज योर ड्रीम लाइनअप रे त्यस्तो केही छैन यार
Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. With Dopeness so far not making too much noise. They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop. And it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time. As a two-man,
घन्टीले घन्टा बजाइदियो खै घन्टीलाई के भन्नु खै के
It's the spot, right? It is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon.
एचएलएक्स को आइजिएल रिगो यार ओहो ओहो मरे अनि
ओए ओए
हाने यार यसले
डिफरेन्ट हान्दे यार
दुईटाले हान्दे यार चार जना
Aaron goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing off the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the move. They're going to be next to FaZe. Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short, actually. The vehicle's smoking. Flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone. That's all that matters, right?
निन्द्रा लाग्दैन त्यसरी बस्दा लाग्दैन हो कसरी लाग्छ हो
Barely holding the spot, but Aaron
आम्बो पड्क्यो त्यो नि पड्क्यो ए पड्केन
barely escaping those nades. That Haybell coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here.
Nice.
That's the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this one just about right. It's a little far. Might still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into.
Pusanam.
Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Green color को हुन्छ र मिरामारमा ग्रीन कलर के छ र ग्रीन कलर के ग्रीन कलर
We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting, and now starting to get into the action.
त्यो दुईटा त नखानी बस्नी फेरि नखाएर हो.
That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf though. expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points.
Ulfsको लाइन वर्कै थियो हैन रे हो र
Good, depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now in a 2-2. They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards Furia on the Season side. Milu though trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process though.
Woo. Tight looks here on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire today. One of the craziest 1v4s of the tournament. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot. The finals.
कोले खान्छ त यार फ्युरियाले खान्न होला यार फ्युरिया त गाह्रै ठाउँमा छ यार
Towards 80 and then it's super difficult to drop out. Aaron.
यो एरेन भन्ने फुच्चे खतरा हो यार तर खतरा प्लेयर हो के यो एरेन तर हान्न त गाह्रै छ हौ
एटिएन वाले खाने भयो
त्यो के भन्छ गिली सुट त हरियो नि पाउँछ यहाँ हरियो त्यो लुट ट्रकमा हुन्छ के लुट ट्रकमा हरियो पाउँछ ड्रपमा चाहिँ मिराबारकै कलरको पाउँछ गिली सुट
तर फ्युरी अति खेल्दै है यहाँ त्यो ग्यारेजको साइडबाट यता पुछान्न त अति खेल्दै
त्यो नराम्रो ठाउँमा हो नि तर भन्नुपर्दा वाइल्ड नराम्रो ठाउँमा भएपछि
हैन एकजना पछाडि कभरको लागि छ त त्यसले हेर्नै मिल्दैन रहेछ ए त्यही हो बना रहेछ अहिले कुन टिमबाट खेल्नुहुन्छ म खेल्दिन नि यार केटा गेम
And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath. Oh.
Last third.
Wait.
Team. Not possibility.
Yo, बहुत ही ज़्यादा यार गाड़ियाँ उनकी यार.
Bro, PMPL को लेके खतरा है रे.
From that northern edge, they're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these.
Fury वाला छो chicken तो.
Center माता.
Trying to pop up. Make something happen with that M4 Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor. And yeah, he has his car right behind him. So he goes and pops into it. Gonna be pushing up little by little. Dopeness had the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot.
Ooh.
Just avoiding these nades.
Boy.
All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them.
Venom D सँगको one बित्तिकै भाइ बिर्सिसके यार मैले नै
And getting punished there by
बिचारा यार सक्दो गरेको टिएन वाले
अरे ओला ए डिएनए ला पो भयो त
यसो हिले छैन फ्युरियासँग
हाय हो चिकन जापानिजहरुले
Dopeness on 9 eliminations. Nade goes long, will not. He finds the first. Will go for the flush on this one. Every single point counts. At least one more at the end of the game. It's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it? You can see the sigh of relief. These guys popping off. They deserve that chicken dinner. And
आने एउटा चिकन भयो नि खुसी हुने चान्स पाए यिनीहरुले
towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man, did they need that one? Yeah, you can see Furia dapping him up. Igor looking good, my man. That is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking good today. This is the Furia we expected and wanted.
Like I'm the kid stream like.
It's a tough game.
Dang, like I'm.
I think they worked out well. They had some of the zone towards the early.
तिमीले हानेको बेस्ट क्लोज लाग्छ तिमी आफैलाई
They kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool there. I like.
खै कुन क्लोज भने यार तिमीले यार
Had the courage to play out on the outside edge. Like that's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to fend off versus the likes of popping up from inside that rock. Tiamba, on the other hand, though, we also have to talk about this team.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me! What a just bold play after bold play that worked out, and it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling it.
Oh, Milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and they come group stage. We're like, what is going on? We're talking to each other, being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for. And they are
Who is the most aggressive and technical best lineup from Nepal, right?
A whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage.
So the coach are yaar.
Kind of the major moment for them, right?
त्यो अब एनसी पछि नै थाहा हुन्छ यार कसले कस्तो खेल्छ अहिले लोकल त जोतको त हो जसले नि सिट चेन्ज गरेर हान्दिन्छ दिमाग खराब मात्र हुन्छ
They should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness, but again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the, like just dead.
तिमीहरुसँग कम्पी खेल्दा हानेको कुन क्लच फेभरेट लाग्छ तिमी आफैलाई रे त्यस्तो यादै छैन हो क्लच लच यार मैले हान्दै त हान्दिन क्लच लच
We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are in the top 6 minus Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You got to be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
Asian Games बाट रिप्लेस भयो नेपाल यस ब्रदर बेस्ट क्लज स्प्यान फाइट देख्दा हे त्यो त जे पाइदियो त्यो त लोकल त हो नि यार OBS bot renta.
One of the cool things that popped up here in week 6 is this new PUBG mobile booth in collaboration with Naruto. We just did a live segment here, so we've got everybody still hanging out, but you guys need to come check this out if you were hanging out at our venue, because it's kind of one big game. The more
brother kundi my HLX.
The more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion, and you want to come by, take some photos here, because at the end of it all,
not live or not live, let's see.
You might have seen it on the broadcast. There are Naruto t-shirts. You see Dawood in the headband, who is really tiring himself, making sure he joins in on this action. And of course, you can come hang out with your very own chicken. So make sure you stop by and see everything that we have to offer.
But who's inside that chicken, Leonard? That's what I want to know. Hey, if you can find that out for me, that'll be great. Because right now we had Dopeness come out with the win, Max. And this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the points. Give it to them, but still, you need the points, Dopeness. Good job.
You know the ratio.
Why playing global? Because I couldn't qualify.
But yeah, as you said right
there. Lineup HLX, Motrix, Precious, Reek, Street by.
They went for very quick rotation, which I do have to say I appreciate. Very quick movement, and especially great control on the third party. Furia is fighting. There's also Xiamba getting involved, trying to compete for that chicken dinner. They're not slow, which I was expecting them, because they've been such a passive team the entirety of this event. But no, they committed to the push. They got involved. And generally, Nitra, we're looking at this one. I am hoping that that's going to give them just a bit of confidence to play it more aggressive, just like we saw Yang on the Galacticos do too. Because before this point, Dopeness were just fully invisible.
No, they were. It's really fun to be able to see them, and like you said, they're not being slow. It's not a game winning by chance. It really is. It's loud. It really is that moving forward to being able to actually, and it's vibrating. The cameras are vibrating.
Yeah, keep saying what you were gonna say. What we're gonna say.
Keep saying what we're gonna say is no. It's really nice to see them. They were controlled. They were methodical. It was a really good push, slow and steady, but the synergy was really there. Again, they went from 0 to 100. They were able to maintain that pace without letting go. Rarely are games Get away from them.
Yeah, look, I just want to give it to Team Dopeness, and this is coming out of the group stages. I think you guys have to remember that they actually clawed their way out of the bottom 3 to be in the survival stage.
Yep.
Yes, Max, kind of a gifted zone for
Hoping to see you soon in globals. Okay, brother.
defended that, especially with 9 eliminations. Like this
क्या हाल्दै सिड भाइले सिड भाइ लाइनअप चेन्ज हाल्दै क्या यहाँ नाइट बर्डसँग
which is something massive that I love seeing from Team Dopeness, and of course that was the same kind of team we saw in the last kind of matches in our group stages. So I mean, it is deserved.
Yeah, for Dopeness though, just quick reminder, it's not about not being in the bottom 3. It's about being in the top 6 here at survival stage if you want to be able to get a chance to actually go to finals. Quick guess, who's going to be the MVP?
Milu?
Hey, Milu indeed with the 6 elements. And honestly, with the way he's performing, we'll get a chance to do some predictions once again towards the end of the day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day. But let's look at the match ranking. Dopeness there with 21 points. Happy to see that. But Furia was able to have a hell of a match here as well.
I loved Furia in this match. I loved everything that they did. It was controlled, it was methodical, it was really, really nice to see them come through. We're going to get a replay in a little bit where I really want to break down a play that they made, but their timing was impeccable. And, you know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slowly for this lobby.
Yep. IGL Rig.
Here you can see some of the replays coming on through here. You know, up against Ulf, up against Tiamba. They were caught between Tiamba for the longest time. Them and A7 able to really pull up a against them, and you know, here we are going to see Tiamba have a great high ground and be able to take out Furia 1-by-1. That is them for the 3rd place, but just a really, really good play overall from Furia in this game. Very happy with them.
Yeah, and Tiamba as well. I mean, continuing on that consistency that we've seen throughout the day, I was expecting a GAL from China to actually end up performing well, Max. That is not the case right now, and we're not going to talk about it because that is 2 squads that I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, we have in our predictions.
Sucking, my friend. I actually have all gamers in my predictions and not Tiamba.
I should have checked your predictions before I did my predictions.
Okay, but now looking at the final moments here, Higor, what an absolute banging moment. I think you might actually talk about one of Higor's plays this game. He's been an absolute menace, him and Milu in particular, putting on an absolute clinic this game. I was loving it. Good times.
I want to do something that we used to do in the past, Max. And I want you to look at the camera and just tell me why Alpha 7 was pissing you off that last match.
Oh my goodness. Why are you guys pushing one by one? I'm going to get really close. Can we get... I'm going to... Yeah. Why are we pushing 1-by-1? It's 2026. It should not be happening anymore. And they all push onto Higor or Furia. I am very confused as to what's going on because Alpha 7, we know they're a good team. They can do the clutches. But so are the other teams, right? Especially your Brazilian brethrens in Furia. What a misplay. That was one of the biggest throws of the tournament outside of Arena.
Yeah, talking about Alpha 7, at the beginning of the day, I was talking about how they ended up benching Obscure. That is not the case anymore. We actually forgot to mention it in that last segment that we did. Obscure is playing again, so I'm not sure what ended up happening there, if maybe the pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see core squad things happening, except for the 1-by-1, because what was that? I'm also annoyed about it because it is they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using the window animations. Yes, using the window animations to really try and spawn, you know, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really, really well. Okay, we've done enough for this game now.
6 टिम जान्छ फाइनल्स एतरिका स्टार्ट गर्न अक्का लाग्दै टाइम वेस्ट गरे यार मान्छेको जिन्दगीको
For some of the other stuff, I know we had some clips that we wanted to see a replay of, and it was this one right here because Milu, my goodness, Milu popped off.
I mean, those 2 knocks instantly with the nade, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's literally on fire at the end of that clip. What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice, and these opening grenades are also great. KRX in a bit of a rough spot here. Furia coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really, really low. They know they have to be getting rid of that health pretty quickly. They get that in a minute, instantly, they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, try and get some extra damage, and then they come flying over the top. You're going to see them come through here now, getting in that vehicle. They're going to move over, and actually they're
they're not going around because 721 is over there. They're not going onto the other side like they could do because Tiamba is there. They have to go immediately across. They come on through, make that play come through, get the knock, get the win, done and dusted. They get rid of Leo there from AGAL, and then they're actually going to keep a 2-2 split on either side of the road that facilitates that third place finish in the end. So really, really heads up play from them. Very, very excited about that.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of add on, it's just the Furious special, isn't it, Tour? Like, whatever position they're in, they're going to clear their threats.
Yes.
And that is what they do. Whether it's up a hill and they're doing a goddamn mountain goat climb, nading to move up to that position, or obviously, you know, having KRX down there on the bottom, they are able to stick together, which, you know, some other teams might do. But it's awesome to see Furia. They're just focusing on all of these sort of capitalizing on their high damage, especially with all the utility.
Yeah.
Look how close everything currently is. Between 3rd place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page, you'll see how everything is currently looking like. 3rd place there with 36 points. 9th, I mean, all the way down to 13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within one match. And something.
Seven teams
that were still alive towards the end. Bottom of top 10. They need to make sure they start responding here. Of Barney, and whoever ends up in 1st place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourself.
नेपालको बेस्ट प्लेयर को लाग्छ नेपालको बेस्ट प्लेयर हो र केटाहरु जहिले हुन्छु आज लेखेको यसो यत्रा नि हुन्न भाइ जहिले तिमी गफ हान्छ हाम्रो PMWC को पैसा आएन यार एक्जी भाइ यार झन् यत्रो $700 चार जनाले बाँड्ने भनेको पैसा आएन यार हेर त
Now imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key whilst the 10 remaining teams. There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now imagine what it would feel like to have that remaining intact key whilst all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage, and some of our teams really need to step it up a gear if they've got any chance of making it through the survival stage and into the finals. And so with that being said, casters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
अब आउँदा डबल हैन अब त आउँदै आउँदैन अब तिम्रो खाइदिन्छु म आए नि
These guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner. But we got one match left here. This is the time to make it happen.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher. I mean, a lot of these other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety. So we're all good. We're all good.
That's right.
But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tiamba, they all look very happy.
Ooh! अस्ति नै तिर के एक्जी अस्ति नै तिर त त्यो $800 त कति 1 लाख जति थियो हैन अहिले त डलरको भाउ बढेर हेर न 1.22 पुगिसकेछ हौ खै पैसा हाल्दियो भने त बढी आउँथ्यो यार हामीलाई पैसा डलरको भाउ बढे टेन्सन हुन्छ बेलुका गेम खेल्ने हो यहाँ बेलुका गेम खेल्ने भनेको स्टार्टै गर्दैन है
But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center and maybe live it large up there with Tiamba. Maybe not quite as large because Tiamba's on a table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the 1v4. We saw him hitting the crazy shots with those off angles.
त्यही बेलाको हुँदैन र जति बेला जितेको अनि भाइ तिनीहरूले हाल्न पर्ने त अनि हामीलाई $800 हाल्छ नि डलरमा आउने हो नि त नि पैसा त डलर आएपछि त अनि अहिलेको जति भाउ छ त्यतिमा हुन्छ नि भाइ के हो
डेल्टाले 1 घण्टा भयो खाके रस्नु भ्याएन क्या
म यहाँ च्याट मात्र पढेर बसिरहेको छु कि यहाँ झ्याउलाएर गेमै स्टार्ट गर्दैन मरे क्या अनि यहाँ त लाइभ गर्ने त गेम स्टार्ट गर्ने
गिद्दी छ यार आज है दिनै गिद्दी छ आज
I'm going to really put Al Ula 10th place on down in the hot seat. I think this is a big game for them because tomorrow those last 2 matches are going to be straight chaos. There's going to be teams doing everything and possible and anything.
Wait, rule Joji.
Literally everything. So desperate to try to put up points that
rule Joji.
Typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now to make it happen. We got a pretty disgusting southern playing path here, but you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below, it's getting tough for AGAL as well as KR.
Wait, rule Joji.
Need to have a strong map.
त्यो PMSC को पैसा आएन नि तिम्रो नि अझै
छैन किन तिम्रो आइछ
आएन
अनि कहाँबाट आउँछ त नि
त्यही त
त्यो त माया मार्दिछ मैले
हो र मैले त मारे हैन यार $800 हो यार दोस्त कसरी माया मार्नु
आज लाइभ गर्ने कि नै खै धनेले खेल्ने भनेकै छैन अनि
छ रे हो यता ट्रिक्सहरु पनि
ए छ रे
आज रुल्स लाइभ गर्दैन आज रुल्स VC मा जान्छ केटा
आज म अल्टिमेट हान्छु केटा
VC हान्छ रुल्सले आज
लौडी VC
भोइस कल हो
ओए जापान न
just not able to get the momentum on board. I mean, we've given Alpha 7 a lot of grief, but at least
यो आउटपुट चाहिँ सही हो के यार
top 3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's the crazy thing about this game and this format, this tournament in general. Someone's got to be at the bottom, right? We got serious names here.
KRX ले सबसे डिसअपॉइंट गरे यार म टप 6 भन्दै थिए यार KRX लाई
मैले नि भन्न त भनेको
रुल्स ब्रदर रिटायर हो रे रिटायर हो रुल्स ब्रदर रिटायर हो रुल्स ब्रदर
गर्दा हुन्छ यिनीहरुले त अब ब्रो तिम्रोतिर गर्मी छैन र त्यस्तो गर्मी छैन यार तर चितवन है ठाउँमा बसे यार त रुल्स यार ओ पर बल लाग्छ चितवन मलाई यार पोखरा भन्दा चितवन मन पर्छ मलाई त आजकल रुल्स बस्न थालेर हैन खै यतिकै के मजा आउने के तयार हात दिइले छ उता हेरे गइरहेको छ बाटो त्यस्तै राम्रो छ अनि प्लस कस्तो के जंगल छ के कति ठाउँमा
राम्रो छ नि
राम्रो छ ओभर राम्रो छ
सर चितवन बस्ती मान्छेहरुलाई रमाइलो हो के 2 घण्टामा पोखरा पुग्छ 2-3 घण्टामा हैन
टोल पनि 2 घण्टा पुग्छ
सर जहाँ गए पनि ओहो
अनि यता त 3 घण्टा फुसान पिस देउ आजकल
रिफ्रेशमेन्ट चाहियो भने पनि चितवन पोखरा जाने कि कहाँ जाने
तर वाइल्ड राम्रो हो तर चितवन
सुबाला बनाउ भन त आजको लागि
त्यसै ओजीले घर बनाउँछ त नि अनि
के
चितवनमा कहाँबाट पायो दोस्त तिमीले पछि त्यो
अझ पछि चितवनको रोड छोडेर भित्र पनि कस्तो रमाइलो रहेछ के फेरि क्या छुट्टै हुँदो रहेछ भित्र है कता
तिमीले पछि किने त्यो जग्गा पनि
कतिमा किनेको जग्गा भन त नटाटिकन
खै
गाडी बेचेर किन्नु पर्यो
आनाको 10 लाख
थाहा छैन यहाँ
अर्कै हिसाबले
हातले हिसाब हुन्छ के
भन्छ एउटा घर बन्ने जग्गा कति पर्छ 30 लाख 40 लाख
ठाउँ हेरि हुन्छ
50 लाखमा राम्रै हुन्छ
त्यही त भित्र त्यो सिटी भन्दा 10-15 मिनेट भित्र
पोखरा अलिकति ओभररेटेड लाग्छ मलाई त आजकल किन चितवन लास्टै अन्डररेटेड
सस्तो पर्छ चितवन मारे ल भन्न त कति पर्छ कता जग्गाको
एल्दा के छ बिग फ्यान सब ठीक छ तिम्रो के छ यार
I like the interview we had Claris earlier today. It was a really good
interview. धने जाऊ जोइन गर
We get to hear from him about
next game
right now, but how much is
first game नाले
in his team's life
सीड भाइले खेल्छ
by winning at EWC because
it ट्रिक्स भाइ जेउ त्यो जोइन गर्ने आज
स्वाइपिङ आउँछ उताबाट
and reputation
स्वाइपिङ हो
winning such an illustrious
एनसी स्वाइपिङमा खेलेको हो भन्दै थिए
I think that the
धनीले 30-40 लाख त 30-40 हजार जस्तो कुरा गर्छ अरे अनि कमाछ नि त छोड जीसी गएको प्लेयरको
मलाई 100k ऋण देऊ न त ए ल ल ल ल ल
गर्मी त भइहाल्छ गर्मी त अब
मलाई चाहिँ दिनु न तपाईले कट्ठाको अनुसार हुन्छ उतारे ल ल
कोहीले जित्न सक्दैन आउमा चाहिँ चितवन त बवाल यार
But yeah, I believe in young Galacticos. I don't think they've had the craziest play so far, but I won't.
रुल्स एउटा स्विमिङ पुल बनाउ त अब तिम्रो घरमा अनि आउँछु
Despite everything, they're still putting.
एउटा स्विमिङ पुल बनाउ त तिम्रो घरमा अनि आउँछु
साइडमा नहर छ त्यही खेल
भन न
हैन गएर आउँछ रनमा त्यसपछि
नहर छ अब त्यहाँ पानी भरि हुन्छ खेल
सफा पानी कि फोहोर पानी
सब खोलाकै ए त्यो उसके त पानी आउँछ आउने हो त
के को
नारायणीको
हो र
अनि उता भएपछि अनि यता खोल्दिने हो नि त नहरको लागि
भन्छ तिमी त्यही हुन जान्छ होला हैन बेला बेला
बच्चा बच्चा जान्थेन
मेरो भोजाड हो
बच्चामा त कहाँ रुल्स अनि चितवनको हो त नि
बच्चामा त अनि बालकोटमा गएको थिएँ नि म
बालकोटको ट्यापी हो के रुल्स भन्दैछु त जिस्केको हैन हौ यो रुल्सको सिनियर दाइहरु हो महेश बस्नेत ल साच्चै भनेको भर डब्लुजेड आउँदा त पुरा हामीलाई भनिरहन्थ्यो बेला बेला त्यो यतिकै बसेर गफ हान्दा के बालकोटमा त कलेजमा गएर मान्छे पिटिन्थ्यो भन्थ्यो ल हैन भने दोस्त हैन भने हैन भन हैन भन ल कसम खाएर भन ल दोस्त ल हेर्नु देख्यो नि
भनेपछि सीमामा देख्यौ केटा कतिको फेक हुँदो रहेछ मान्छेहरु यहाँ
देख्यो नि ग्याङस्टर हो के ग्याङस्टर हो के रुल्स हो ग्याङस्टर हो
ग्याङस्टर पर्सनालिटी लिएर यहाँ चाहिँ हुन त म अस्ति रक्सी खान थाहा पाथे मैले पनि अलि
ओइ बोले खाए रक्सी है यस्तो चल्दै रहेछ है एक्टिङ पार्नी रुल्स हो ची
के कुरा गरेको रुल चाहिँ तलमाथि हो हामी पहिला त्यस्तो नढाट न यार
अनि त्यही त के गरेर अहिले
रक्सी खाएर त कुट्ने जाला जस्तो गर्थे यार पहिला ओहो डर लाग्थ्यो रुलदेखि पहिला हो रहेछ यार कन्फर्मेसन पाए नि मैले अहिले त
So what I'm hoping is that Geek can maybe have another good game.
Must काम केही गर्दैन
because realistically I don't think they were on many
ओजी भनेको ओल्ड ग्याङस्टर रे हौ हो नि हो त नि हो केटा हो
गयो पावर ग्रिडमा जा त
ओचीको पछाडी त सब देख्थे त केटाहरु सब छ त नि ग्याङ
यति छुदान छोएन यार
ओजी खुट्टा चढाएर बस्थे त केटाहरु त जान पारामा
अनि फेरि अनि
moving down south, not wasting any time. Not later. Immediately.
Yeah, immediately. Right now. We're not waiting around. We are sending down the migration.
टिटुके खैरे ओइ जोइन गर्न पठाऊ तिम्रो केटाहरुलाई.
Down from that north side as well, past Lab and Dita talked about before. Minister and Realize awkward rotational paths for some of these squads. Fury in the van, they can kind of slip in towards that south side. They are rotating alongside with Nongshim Red Force. Tiamba though, they like to play down here anyway. They went for a central position. They looted up in Los Leones first, so they're good to go. And they can set up their vehicles very fast and start to be on the lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually RRQ to take down Milu. That is surprising.
I mean, that is
right? I mean, the uncrowned king of
Gunda Dhanedai भन्दैछ यहाँ
going out early here, and you can see Solus those thirsts players. Now you can see just an extra little bit of sharp.
Da यार यस्तो करेन्ट चल्छ खानु हुँदैन रहेछ खानु हुन्न हो करेन्ट चल्छ त खानु हुन्न हो
We got to make it happen if we want to continue our dreams here in Paris, France.
RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried, we do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know, redemption almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience another 1v4 again. It's not possible versus Milu at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, he could elim you. And you do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here. So Tiamba are going to go to the rest of
धनेला अर्को स्प्लिट टी2 ल्याउने पर्छ खै
but with this zone is pretty scary.
तर अर्को स्प्लिट अब विदेश जाने कुरा गरिरहेछ
अनि यो जुदाइले बुझ्छ के मेरो कुरा
सही डिसिजन हो तर
रुलजोजीको जीसी फाइनल कपाल लभली रे हो
त्यो त अति थियो नि है कपाल अर्कै हालेको अर्कै भयो त
मर्यो मर्यो आज त केआरएक्स को दिन छैन हौ
त्यो पनि लागिदिरहेन
जस्तो नि गोल छोइदिएछ त यार
त्यही भनेको
आइया फिनिश हाल्यो
कस्तो खायो है
अर्कोले नि भेट्यो
भजा खायो भजा
के गरेको यसले
अरे केआरएक्स
पड्क्यो
पड्केन
Benny throwing in the nade, he makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny though with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP, he's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot to the QBC, he's not gonna do it. And that is KR.
बिचारा केआरएक्स
Out of there.
आरआरके नि 5 नम्बरमा आइपुग्यो त
The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate for the squad.
Knock, welcome to the show.
From a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure. Because this one is
YG भनेको हो त्यो अडियन्सले
YG भनेको OG भनेको
रुलजोजी भने जस्तो लाग्यो
क्या सुन्दै गयो त अन्त्यमा
Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. Say Cloud now finally
बछ
13 नम्बरमा रे हो YG त ओहो
Feels like Yangon Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they take out continue to hunt out this squad. Monet as well as Say Cloud.
क्वालिफाई नि भएको हैन इनीहरु त डाइरेक्ट इन्भाइट पाएर आएको है वर्ल्ड कप
Stops short, takes a quick break, takes a breather. Playing inside
Oh, YG?
While Smile continues to provide
still
back. They're going to have to move eventually though. They can't stick around here for
त्यतिखेर इनको भाग्य ओपन थियो नि
दिएको छ
Guys, come on. This is stage
तर अड्के के त्यहाँ
room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are going to do. They're going to hold on to
Los Leones
and say, see you later. We'll deal with
Hacienda del Paso.
अलवासी र टी2 एउटै रहेछ भिडियो चाहिँ खतरा बनाउँछ गेम चाहिँ अलि गाह्रो रे
ला
Again, we were talking about teams that were
माथि अल्फा 7 लाई जोन हो
at the top. I think is a really exciting thing from them. You know that
कहाँ अल्फा 7 कहाँ टी2 के भर्खर तलको टिम हो अल्फा 7 माथिको त्योसँग नकम्पेयर गर न केटा तिमीहरु स्वान क्या
अब ढुक्का गेमै नखेले पनि मस्त करोड बोकेर बसेको हो कति छाप्यो हो ए7 ले त मिलियन डलर नि त कट्यो हो यिनीहरुको त हैन
इजी कट्यो नि त्यो त एकचोटी त डब्ल्युसी र जीसी जितेको हैन त यतिकै मिलियन कट्यो नि दुई तीन कति जोडी क्वालिफाई कति जोडी टप 3 हैन
2-3 मिलियन डलर होला
डब्ल्युसी मा जितेको 500 के हैन
त्यस्तै
500 के हो
खाना छैन नि
पीएमजीओ जिते हरे यिनीहरुले जिते हैन है
जियो जिते छैन जियो त अस्ति भर्खरै आएको पीएमजीसी र डब्ल्युसी
पीएमजीओ सेकेन्ड भएको हो त नि हैन
है
त्यसले जितेको बेलामा कोरे त्यसको नाम
त्यो उसमा उज्बेकिस्तान हो कि त्यहाँ
रिजेक्ट स्कारलेटले जित्यो यो लाम सेकेन्ड भयो जस्तो लाग्थ्यो
ए सेकेन्ड भएको सुरुको ब्राजिलमै भएको
ए ब्राजिलमा भएको
अनि यिनीहरूको कुरा गर्ने बित्तिकै
थर्ड सेकेन्ड आउँथ्यो यिनीहरू
सबसे कन्सिस्टेन्ट टिम हो ग्लोबलमा
त
अहिले मात्र अलिकति के भयो यो वर्ष मात्र
पर कमास मात्र छोटरले यिनीहरूले गर्दा एसियन चलेछ होला यार एसियनको फ्री फायर लाइन पनि राम्रै थियो हैन र फ्री फायर
फाइनल खेल्छ माइकल
टन्नै छ यिनीहरूको लाइनअप भएर सब गेममा रहेछ गल्फा चाहिँ
जस राम्रो छ जस मोबाइल गेममा धेरै फोकस हुन्छ यिनीहरूले त्यही भएर त यो छ नि यो उसको कतिमा छ कि मेरो टप 10 मा छ जस्तो लाग्यो तर खतरा त भाइटालिटी र उस हो यो होल उसमा भाइटालिटी र फाल्कन छ फाल्कनले त पैसा खालेरै हो खतरा भएको तर भाइटालिटीको त धेरै हिस्ट्री छ
हजुर
and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Man, hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7 because when they
यत्रो गाडी मिलाएर कभर बनाए बम कस्तो हाल्थ्यो यार
प्रेडिक्सन रहम त किकमा मजा आउँछ कसरी राख्छ संयोग तिमीलाई थाहा छ किक छैन ए ठीक कसरी राख्छ प्रेडिक्सन
लास्ट म्याच हो यो यस लास्ट म्याच लास्ट गेम
आउँदैन के
लास्ट गेम अफ द डे
आई एम न्यू
down to 14 teams 50 players still left alive here Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow smoke's going down they've got Furia down to
4 घण्टामा 6 गेम पनि सक्दैन यार के इन्टरभ्यूले यार
Go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged urban finish. Can you imagine?
I money YouTube brother. Welcome sir.
Like that. Let's see what brother. Surprise everybody here. As it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh.
Look, outside Yangon Galacticos.
Wait, John Dani. Right. And it's like
YG.
Get themselves a lovely central spot here and one of the good buildings to play in as you do heading up towards those really awkward circles where they line up. But now,
listen.
7, we got to get out the building. We're going to get in vehicles. We have to move. Fury similarly as well. I know, disgusting.
Tianba cheered there.
Tianba, however, tearing off apart.
Wait.
They have lost ego.
But
Tianba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. I don't really want to start in an urban area.
Top top 5. Hey, top 6.
And getting out of it can be a bit of an awkward mission.
Yangon Galactic will smile. Actually gets a knock onto QZZ. Let's see if he ends up getting first.
YG ले नि यो गेम चिकन हाने बल्ल माथि आउँछ हैन
YG पहिले सर्भाइभलबाटै त क्वालिफाई भएर गएको त
तलतिर थियो हैन सर्भाइभलमा नि क्वालिफाई हुँदा
even here in the first place they had a record breaking rondo 39 total points and still weren't able to make it into the finals directly so now they're here in 7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with that elimination there. Right below the likes of
total कतिवटा टिम हुन्छ फाइनलमा 16 वटा यो पाली कोले जित्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ तपाईलाई हेरौँ न फाइनल अब को पुग्छ पहिला मलाई किन साउथ एसियाकै रिजनले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ
होस्ट कन्ट्रीले इन्भाइट पाउँदैन आजकल रे अनि यो होस्ट कन्ट्री त साउदी पो हुनु पर्यो नि त यो इभेन्ट गराउने सबै साउदी पैसा तिर्ने सब साउदी अनि फ्रान्सको लागि दिन्छ भनेको होस्ट कन्ट्री त साउदी पो हो त नि दिएन साउदीमा भएको भए चाहिँ एउटा दिन्थ्यो होला
यो त होस्ट भन्दा पनि उस हो के
यो त साउदीले तिरेको हो अब यहाँ गेम मात्र गराएको हो के
स्लट दिन्छ
गेम मात्र गराएको हो के
होस्ट कन्टेन्ट त्यस्तो हैन जीसीएस त हैन के
त्यही साइडमै है साउदी एयरलाइन मात्र आएको आएछ कति पैसा होला है यो म्याच सालीहरुसँग
This is a really bad position. Fortunately for them, though, there's so many other teams right above, forcing Carrillo to not be able to make some plays.
La.
Put some pressure, immediately pops back over, and now Fury are going to get the mix here.
मरिहाल्छ नि यसरी आएपछि त यार वाइ भान्यो रे केही पनि
अनि नक थियो नि त त्यही हेरेर आएको नि त यिनीहरु
A7 लाई पार्टी DRS मा आउनु पर्यो सरी ओके
कहिले जुन गन
रुल जोजी आउँछ अनि
एको गन पावर अति छ है गन पावर त अति छ कि तर खै के गरेर छ
अबे 1 HP बचे किन बम छैन
छैन नि सक्यो नि आरआरक्यू लाँदाखेरि एउटाको चाहिँ सक्यो थियो
Gazal gets knocked by Schweppes though.
We Alpha 7 ले कमब्याक हाने है
Grenades are starting to ring out here. Ayala going to be throwing some back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Got to make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala last line of defense here for Furia.
Atti Carrillo atti.
Wait.
Wild.
अब जोशमा भयो
But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here, and Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game.
आज त्यो फुच्चेला खेलाएन चाहिँ
The main driving force of this match so far.
यही लाइनअपले त जीसी जितेको त्यो फुच्चेला किन खेलाइराथे यिनीहरुले
Everybody knows this guy is a
वास पार्टी गरेको पैसा आउँछ अलि
in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day.
Party,
so often. Usually they just
party
like, oh, we can do this? You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing.
Alpha 7 को IGL Carrillo त हो नि हैन
Now they're doing these like really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working.
हैन Carrillo होला
And that is all that matters. As long as they make it to that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure getting some shots. Got to dodge those and throwing out that util. On to Goat. Not able to get the knock just yet. Carrillo knowing that, man, this is going to be a tough one to get into this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's going to be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh, ow.
Ayya.
Yeah, Carrillo making that cross there. It was always going to be difficult. There's so many angles, so many sight lines, and at this point in time, we are just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is
nice play.
Teams trying to make their way in. Okay, it's not an easy circle. Really
Third man, yeah.
सालको टिम क्वालिफाई भएन र भएन नि
moves further and further downwards.
ओ साल त अनि घुम्दै बस्छ अनि इन्डिया गएर
क्वालिफाई नभएपछि घुम्दै बसेको त दोस्त
अहिले त अर्कैमा होला
अहिले डिकेमा छैन होला FN मा होला हैन
Tough push indeed, but they're making it work so far. Ulf finally started to show some signs of life. AGAL, one of those teams really trying to make things happen.
Wait, hold there.
Org in this World Cup.
If Vakara follow
that one hurts. Down to 1 HP. No.
Follow na mai kara.
Let's see who's going to start using them. AGAL starting to push up there towards Ulf.
फाइनल कहिले देखियो त है फाइनल 14 रुल्स सँग कतिको एज डिफरेन्स छ रुल्स सँग मेरो 8 वर्षको डिफरेन्स छ
मारछ थाने
ल कत्रो बुढो भए यार 32 बन्द ठुलो क्या रुल्स
बुढो रुल्स त धेरै नै
है कति 35 पुग्यो
a big game for them.
Point this combo.
Shift and they decide that this fight
combo
is worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the circle itself? Tiamba, last player alive here in QZZ, and again, I respect the motion here. because they know that, yeah, they're on 75 points. It doesn't necessarily guarantee them tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end to guarantee that you extend your stay here. Here comes Nongshim Red Force though. Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula.
NS को छ सबको performance याद दे रहा था
player. So humble, so accurate.
मैले हाने है follow
कस्तो मजाको हाने यार
जितने player लाई salary मा त दिने हो कि एक्स्ट्रा पैसा नि दिन्छ
DBS in hand.
टुर्नामेन्ट बाट जति जिते त्यसको कति अब होला नि उनीहरुको नि dividing percentage
EWC
75 points is where they'll finish the day. Like we're saying,
percentage हुन्छ होला नि अब
4 top 6. See if they go further tomorrow. Irina, another team that desperately wants that.
ए बाहिरको अर्कहरुले त पर्सेन्टेज चाहिँ कम लिन्छ है
हो र
हो नि
स्यालेरी धेरै दिन्छ हैन
स्यालेरी नि धेरै दिन्छ पर्सेन्टेज चाहिँ थोरैको लिन्छ कि यिनीहरुले
Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, if they can get rid of more and more players here from the arena,
हाम्रो भन्दा चाहिँ धेरै हुन्छ
हाम्रो भन्दा धेरै हुन्छ
पर्सेन्टेज के प्लेयरहरुलाई के टुर्नामेन्टको
हुन्छ र कति हुन्छ
भइहाल्छ नि
10%
प्लेयर एउटा प्लेयरलाई अझै बढी हुन्छ होला
अनि अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ कम भन्छ फेरि अहिले बढी भन्छ के भने तिमीले
टुर्नामेन्टबाट चाहिँ कम्पनीले चाहिँ कम लिन्छ के भनेको बुझेन पर्सेन्टेज प्लेयरहरुले चाहिँ बढी पाउँछ के
do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here. Up to 10th now on 31 points. It's a decent innings. But you're right, we're almost heading in towards stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try and hit the train here. They are slow because they know Arena is weak and they that's where you want to be, and they've opened things up, but they've been very
fight lead
we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining.
Indonesia Mongolia धेरै पाउँछ होला salary खै
रुल्सले एक फेर पोडकास्टमा $1000 मन्थली इन्कम छ भनेको थियो रियल हो रे रियल त हो नि
के भन्दै छ यो धने माधविन्टी
ए कमेन्ट पढेको हो
हैन भन्न सक्दैन
रियल हो रुल्सले खान्थ्यो त्यति युट्युबबाट 2.5 लाख महिनाको टिमबाट केही नभने एक छु नि अनि त्योबाट लोकल टुर्नामेन्ट जितेको अब केही नभए 50-60 अब गर्न त 50-60 प्लस स्यालेरी आउँछ एक जति अनि त्यही माथि युट्युबबाट 2.5 कति हो त्यति हान्थ्यो रुल्सले अनि अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट त अझ गर्नेकै छैन
रुल्स ब्रो नेपालमा e-sports स्यालेरी कति छ त्यो त e-sports को त e-sports लाई सोध्नु पर्छ यार हाम्रो त e-sports हो त
Oh, these guys need to hire a new roofer, man. This is
so
tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them. It's just Tizzy now. For the side of Nongshim.
YG बचिरहा हैन
And here we go. We are in stage 9 here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map.
फेरि एक UMP मेटा आउन नि यार
UMP के
जे भयो नि गेम खेल्न त मजा आउँथ्यो नि यार अलि
Throwing down some more smokes, waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes. Doesn't want to push on his own, but that is allowing Nongshim Red Force to get a reset.
Boom. ए कहाँ निको अनि सोल्टीले त
Instead, it's costly. One nade down now.
Wait, get it. Wait.
भाइ नजा Wait. त मरी मार्दै यार
ढिड गइदियो यो त
ओहो YG ले हग्यो के
He went up high from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
के गर्यो YG ले ल
climbing up those
Game
stairs
trouble.
so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Bust out those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angle.
को टप 6 पुग्छ होला आजको गेम हेरेर खै भन्नै सक्दैन यार अस्ति त त्यस्तो चेन्ज भइदियो बिटिआर भनेको कुन हो सेकेन्ड ग्रुपमा टप हानेको टिम
आउँछ क्या अर्को चाइनिज पनि
All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high ground. AGAL underneath. Flower blooming.
हान्न सक्छ यार यो उल्फ्सहरुले त खतरा हुन्छ यार यो म्याचको होला ला भेटिहाल्यो नि अब त हानेन
ओए
अर्को चाइनिज पनि आयो अब
ल सक्यो अति खेल्दा
needed that game so badly down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting themselves further up there and opening up a chance.
Good. Lo guys.
La.
So many expectations.
Like anam guys stream la like anam ta.
Now just delivering. The nice play.
Like anam stream la subscribe anam.
Wonderful stuff. Wolves also needed those points.
अर्को चाइनिज पनि आयो अब माथि म फेरि यही स्ट्रिममै कन्टिन्यू ट्राई गर्न खोज्छु कि हैन लाइभ स्क्रिम्सको भएन भने चाहिँ अब गर्छु कि गर्दिन थाहा छैन ल
Hopefully they'll be able to continue that consistency for Tiamba. It's a tiny drop in the ocean in terms of points. Furia, they got to go a little bit further. For everyone else, this is coming down to the wire tomorrow, I can guarantee it.
I'll tell you, all you guys watching right now, mark your calendars, set your alarms, tell everybody, because tomorrow is going to be one heck of a show. Look at Maple, are you serious? I'll tell you what, all of AGL, their fans, organization are so excited for them right here.
I mean, good stuff. Honestly, very, very good stuff. That shot from Flower up on high was absolutely criminal, by the way. He went out for a little peek, and Flower was straight there with the pellets. Sent him right up to him. But yeah, that's it. But the thing is, this is actually a great time to get a win. It's right.
Try गर्छ है त यसमा स्ट्रिम हान्न
The relief is palpable inside this squad. Going into tomorrow.
आयो नि त आवाज आयो नि त गाइस अनि ह्याकर हैन त म ह्याकर हैन त म ओबिएसबाट लाइभ हान्दा यता स्माइट स्ट्रिम च्याम्प गेम पनि खेल्न बिर्सिसक्यो यार स्ट्रीम हैकर रे सॉरी मैप कोड है ना यार साइड में खाता है न्यू ओवर ले अब भतिर हाल ब्रदर तो मजा है क्यों मारना नहीं क्या बैकअप टारगेट वाला हाँ बैकअप टारगेट वाला है क्या क्या खोलें तो यार स्कोप Hello, sir. Hello, hello. गाडी बसाइसक्यो यार how you get your play button मेल हानेको हाने गरेर यता एउटा दाइले ट्रिक्स कहिले आउने दाइ ट्रिक्स आइसक्यो रे हो गाइज ट्रिक्स नेपाल आइसक्यो रे हौ त्यही भन्दैछ यता गाइज रिस्ट्रिम हान्छु अर्को स्ट्रिममा होला हेलो हेलो अहिलेलाई यो स्ट्रिम काटेर अर्को स्ट्रिममा आउनु ल ओके गाइज बाई बाई